Chapter 119. Fu Lei did not go to school in the morning, and his parents did not come home at noon. When he was at school, he always ate lunch in the student cafeteria. But now that he was at home, he could only think of a way to deal with it. Fu Lei rummaged through the fridge and bought 2 steamed buns from a small shop outside to eat lunch. Anyway, this kind of situation was normal for him. After eating and taking an afternoon nap, Fu Lei carried his backpack and went to school. He showed the letter of absence to the form teacher. The form teacher did not say much. It was not the first time, and it was useless to say anything. After coming out of the form teacher's office, Fu Lei sat in his seat in a daze. His desk mate only sighed. He skipped class again. Everyone was used to Fu Lei's skipping class style. Some people were envious of Fu Lei. At least Fu Lei had a letter of absence written by his parents. They did not have the ability to get such a letter of absence from their parents. Fu Lei was not in the mood to talk to the people beside him. He was in a heavy mood. In the morning, his father was in a hurry, so he was able to escape. But at night, he would not be able to go back. Looking at his father's reaction today, he would definitely be beaten up. After letting out a long sigh, Fu Lei heard the bell ring. He took out his textbook from his backpack and placed it on the table. He stared at the textbook in a daze. Halfway through the class, Fu Lei felt a shadow flash by the window. He was happy. He tilted his head and looked out from the corner. It was the black cat again. Zhang Tan, Little Pomelo, and Jiao Wei went out together. After seeing Little Pomelo enter the school, Zhang Tan went straight to the classroom. He jumped on the window and looked in. As expected, he saw Fu Lei in a daze again. Seeing Fu Lei looking in his direction, Zhang Tan looked at him and looked at the front of the classroom. Zhao Yuan and the others were very serious in class, at least from the back. Although this window was closed, the window near the front of the classroom was open. Moreover, even if all the windows here were closed, Zhang Tan could still clearly hear the teacher's lecture inside. It was language class now, and the language teacher was telling them about the things to pay attention to when writing an essay. It doesn't matter if what you write is real or not. When you write your essay, you have to pay attention to the following points. First, you can't include a single character name. Second, you can't include any traces of Qiong Yao. The teacher on the podium was very engrossed in his speech, but Zhang Tan saw that many people sitting below were secretly yawning. Couldn't be helped. During the first class in the afternoon, everyone's mental state wasn't very good. After the 11th day, the lunch break was shortened. Many students didn't take a nap at noon. It would be strange if they were in good spirits now. When the bell rang for the end of class, some of the sleepy students suddenly woke up and prepared to go out for a stroll. There were also some who relaxed their tense nerves and waited for the teacher to leave the classroom and lay down on their desks to sleep. When the bell rang for the end of class, Zhang Tan jumped down from the windowsill and lay down on the wall. He wondered if he should go look for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma. Fu Lei saw that the black cat was no longer on the windowsill, so he opened the window and looked out. Just then, Xiong Xiong walked over. Xiong Xiong was now asking one by one, not letting go of any possibility. However, until now, no one was willing to say 800 meters or 1,500 meters. Last time, when they ran laps around the field in P class, many of them were dead tired. They had a rough impression of the 800 meters, so now no one was willing to run it, let alone 1,500 meters. There were many students in this class with good grades, but there weren't many who were good at sports. Xiong Xiong, as the sports committee member, was sullen. Now that class was over, he took the opportunity to ask the last row. Just like before, when the students heard 800 meters, they hesitated. When it came to 1,500 meters, they immediately shook their heads. No one was willing to do it. Hey, you! Did you say 1,500 meters? Xiong Xiong asked Fu Lei, who was looking out the window. Before Xiong Xiong could finish asking, Fu Lei ran out of the classroom. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. Xiong Xiong was also angry. It was the first time he was ignored in class. Him? Fu Lei, I heard that he's good at fighting and always skips classes. He's awesome. Fu Lei said to his desk mate, with a hint of schadenfreude. Although it wasn't said publicly, Many people knew that Xiong's family had a powerful background. When the head teacher talked to Xiong, his tone was very nice. He didn't sound as serious as he usually was. Xiong rolled up the list in his hand into a cylinder and knocked it on the table. He snorted and was about to leave. Before he left, he casually glanced out the window and saw a black cat lying on the wall not far away. However, Xiong didn't think too deeply about it. When he returned to his seat, he said to Zhao Yuan, "I saw a black cat outside the window just now. It looks quite similar to the one in your house." Xiong said this casually, but Zhao Yuan was different. He knew his cat's ability to walk around. When he was in junior high school, he was still wondering if his cat would walk around here. More than a month had passed and he hadn't seen it. Now that he suddenly heard Xiong mention it, he quickly asked, "Where did you see it?" Xiong pointed to the window in the last row. Zhao Yuan didn't go to the last row. There were more people there, and there was no one sitting around the window next to the podium. He walked over and opened the window to look outside. Zhang Tan was leaning on the wall, thinking. Within 2 minutes, he saw Fu Lei running over. The wall was a little high. Fu Lei couldn't climb up or touch it. He just stood there and talked to Zhang Tan. He took out a bag of flavored peanuts and shared it with Zhang Tan. But now Zhang Tan wasn't interested in the flavored peanuts. He just leaned there and listened to Fu Lei complain that he was going to get beaten up when he went back tonight. Black charcoal. While listening to Fu Lei's complaints, Zhang Tan suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned his head and saw Zhao Yuan leaning on the window and looking over. Zhang Tan got up and turned around. He walked along the wall for a distance and faced Zhao Yuan's window. Damn, it's really him. Maybe Xiong thought that all black cats looked the same, but Zhao Yuan knew that the cat on the wall was definitely his cat when it turned its head and looked over. When he saw it walking over, he was even more certain. Zhao Yuan turned around and ran out of the classroom. He quickly came back from the other side. However, seeing Fu Lei in a daze, Zhao Yuan was still a little curious, but he didn't ask much. What he was most anxious to ask now was why his cat was here. Black charcoal. Why are you here? Does Dad know? Huh? Where's your cat tag? Where did you throw it? Zhao Yuan asked a series of questions. Fu Lei, who was eating flavored peanuts, looked at Zhao Yuan and then at the cat on the wall. He was surprised. He didn't think that this was Zhao Yuan's cat. No wonder it looked at the front of the classroom through the window. Before Zhao Yuan could say anything, the bell rang. Don't run around. I'll come back after class. After saying that, Zhao Yuan ran back to the classroom. Fu Lei stopped eating and put half a bag of peanuts into his pocket and ran back to the classroom. Zhao Yuan sat in the classroom and looked out of the window from time to time. The teacher on the podium glared at him a few times before he stopped. Fu Lei, who was sitting in the last row, was still absent-minded. He was scribbling on his Chinese textbook. He looked out of the window and saw that the cat was still on the wall. He was confused. Didn't those people all live in Tsinghua University? Why did his cat come all the way to the university? Zhang Tan was sunbathing on the wall and taking a nap until he heard the bell again. He was used to the music in Fushao Elementary School, so the bell sounded a bit harsh. After class, Zhao Yuan ran out and wanted to take Zhang Tan to Zhao Ma, but Zhang Tan didn't move. Zhao Ma's office was on the 2nd floor. Who would bring a cat to the teacher's office? Zhao Yuan also realized what was going on. He said a few words to Zhang Tan and asked him to watch out for a big dog in the school. The dog was owned by the guard. It was nice to students, but it was fierce to other animals. Zhao Yuan talked for another 10 minutes and didn't run back until the bell rang. Zhang Tan didn't want to stay any longer. He was bored. When Zhao Yuan ran back to the classroom, he also walked slowly to Tsinghua University. Fu Lei was sitting by the window. He didn't go out. He was looking out the window. He was envious of Zhao Yuan. His cat came to visit him in class. Zhang Zian was different. His parents were busy and couldn't even take care of him. Their only son, let alone a pet. When the 3rd class was over, Zhao Yuan looked out of the window. He didn't see his cat, so he went out again to make sure his cat wasn't there. He went to the last row and asked Fu Lei to talk to him outside. Chapter 120. After exchanging a few words with Fu Lei, Zhao Yuan felt that this person was not bad. He was not as difficult to get along with as others said. Moreover, this person even praised his own cat. Zhao Yuan was very proud of this. At the same time, he also felt that Fu Lei's character was not as bad as others said. After talking about his own cat, Zhao Yuan asked Fu Lei, "I heard that you are very good at fighting?" "No, I just have a lot of fights." Fu Lei knew his own limits. He lost a lot of fights, so he was not considered good at fighting. "Then can you run?" When Zhao Yuan asked this question, Xiong and the others came over because they saw Zhao Yuan and Fu Lei talking outside. They happened to hear this sentence and looked at Fu Lei expectantly. Fu Lei was about to say no, but seeing this situation, he paused and replied, "It's okay." After saying this, Fu Lei regretted it. Why run? It was a waste of time. He might as well practice with the punching bag. After hearing Fu Lei's answer, Xiong's dissatisfaction with him disappeared. He came over and opened the name list. He put his hand on Fu Lei's shoulder and said, "Give us 800 meters. We believe in you." "Here, write 800 here." Xiong had been carrying a pen with him. Recently, he had been carrying both the name list and the pen with him. For this sports meet, as a sports committee member, he was doing his best. 800 meters? Fu Lei thought about the approximate length, nodded, took the pen, and wrote 800 behind his name. When Xiong saw the crooked 800, he smiled until his eyes narrowed. "By the way, write 1500 too." Fu Lei. This style of climbing up the pole was really shameless. Well, it is a bit difficult. Xiong put away the name list, but it was a big gain for today to be able to decide on another 800 meters. After school in the afternoon, Zhao Yuan and the others rode back together. On the way back, they saw Fu Lei and greeted him. However, Fu Lei did not ride his bike. Zhao Yuan and the others did not stay long. They left after a few words. Zhao Yuan told Zhao Pa about his cat as soon as he got back. Zhao Pa's reaction was very calm. His cat often went from here to the pet center, which was further away. However, Zhao Pa was very happy that he knew the place by himself. "But my office is not on the first floor, and I can't let black charcoal in. We have an office there, and all the teachers in the English team are there. It would be bad if someone saw us," Zhao Ma said with some regret. "It's okay." He went for a walk and came back on his own. "I haven't heard of anyone catching cats. It should be fine," Zhao Pa said. After lunch, as usual, Zhao Yuan and the others went to the sports field to train. Zhang Tan and little Pomelo went to watch and jogged a few laps. Zhao Yuan and the others did not start jogging immediately. After lunch, they took a break to digest the food and do some warm-up exercises. During the break, they talked about Fu Lei. There were many rumors about Fu Lei, but they had a good impression of Fu Lei today. Zhao Yuan liked him because of his cat, and Xiong because of his 800 meters. "Why don't we ask Fu Lei to come over and train with us tomorrow?" Lan Tianzhu suggested. "Do you have his phone number? We can ask him first." "No, I only have a list." Xiong looked at the time on his sports watch and said, "It's not even 7. It's still early. Why don't we go find him directly?" A few days ago, they went home after 8. There was still more than an hour to go. School had just started, and they did not have much homework. It was not worthwhile to go back so early. "Okay, where is Fu Lei's house?" Suan looked at Xiong. Xiong shrugged. "Don't look at me. I don't know either." None of them knew Fu Lei's address, but seeing that Fu Lei did not ride his bike today, they felt that his house should be close. "I know how to get to his house." Zhao Yuan jumped down from the parallel bars and called out to the black charcoal, who was walking slowly on the track with little Pomelo. "Black charcoal, come here." Zhang Tan, who was walking leisurely with little Pomelo, heard Zhao Yuan calling out to him. He looked at little Pomelo, who had stopped walking, wagged his tail, and walked over unwillingly. These guys were so nosy. "Black charcoal, do you know where Fu Lei's house is?" Zhao Yuan asked Zhang Tan. "If you do, lead the way." Zhang Tan pulled his ears. Was he trying to stop them? Xiong and the others did not really believe that a cat could lead the way. But after Zhao Yuan said a few words, the cat really did leave. Zhao Yuan quickly carried his bag and followed. Little Pomelo did not want to go back now, so she rode her car and followed Zhao Yuan and the others to the side door. Before leaving the side door, she parked her car in the parking lot near the side door. Hey, Zhao Yuan, does your cat really know the way? Will it lead us to a female cat? Xiong looked around as he walked. It was not completely dark yet, but the street lights were on. There were more people on the street, so he was not afraid. He was just suspicious. Zhao Yuan clicked his tongue, but he wasn't so sure. Zhang Tan led the way in front. After walking for a while, Xiong, who was following behind, began to complain again. Didn't you say that Fu Lei's house is closer? Why aren't we there yet? The others just answered casually, but they were even more suspicious. Zhang Tan did not care what they were thinking. He just needed to lead the way. When they reached the entrance of the alley, Zhang Tan crossed the road and led Zhao Yuan and the others to the old residential area. Nowadays, some old people in the old residential area came out for a walk after dinner. They were surprised to see some unfamiliar children. After asking, Zhao Yuan told them why they were here. Fu Lei? Oh, that guy. He lives on the 4th floor. Let's go that way. The old man raised his hand and pointed at Fu Lei's building. He really lived here. Suen and the others looked at each other, and then looked at the cat in front of them. They were all very surprised. Zhao Yuan's cat was really good. No wonder it was the king of the eastern residential area. At this moment, Fu Lei's family had just finished dinner. Fu Lei's parents came back from work late in the afternoon, so they often had dinner late. Fu Lei's mother stood up silently and prepared to clear the table. She looked at her husband and knew that she was going to teach Fu Lei a lesson today. She hated it when people interrupted. Fu Lei ate 3 bowls of rice. Every time he was beaten, he would eat more before he was beaten. He felt that eating more would help him recover faster. Come here. Fu Lei's father pulled a long face and walked directly to Fu Lei's room. Fu Lei lowered his head and followed him slowly. Fu Lei's father dragged a chair over and sat down. He looked at Fu Lei standing in front of him and raised his hand to hit him. He scolded, "You mother****cur." As soon as he said those words, someone knocked on the door. Fu Lei's father didn't want others to see him scolding his son. Although he was uneducated, he knew that he shouldn't wash his dirty linen in public. He had to maintain his image. But when he was about to lose his temper, he was interrupted. Fu Lei's father's face darkened and he sat there motionlessly. Fu Lei's mother sighed softly. She put down the dishes she was about to wash, shook the water off her hands, and walked over to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a few children who were the same age as her son and a little girl who was even younger. Fu Lei's mother was a little surprised. She thought it was a neighbor who came to borrow something. She didn't expect this to happen. "Excuse me, is this Fu Lei's house?" Zhao Yuan asked. Yes, may I ask who you are?" Fu Lei's mother hurriedly said. She was worried that her son had caused trouble at school again. The children in front of her didn't look like those hooligans. Zhang Tan didn't care so much and directly walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw the father and son in the small room. Were they about to start a fight? It seemed that he had come just in time. Fu Lei was like his father. When he saw the few people who came in, he was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect Zhao Yuan and the others to come. He looked to the side and saw the black cat jumping on a stool and squatting there. It looked like it was ready to watch a show. Cough. Who are these people? When Fu Lei's father saw the few children, he couldn't put on a serious face. He forced a smile and patted Fu Lei's head and asked. Like Fu Lei's mother, Fu Lei's father was also wondering if his son had hit someone again. He calculated the money. This month's salary had just been paid. If it was just a normal compensation, he could still handle it. "Hello, we are in the same class as Fu Lei. We are here to look for Fu Lei because of the sports meet." Xiong stepped forward and said. At the same time, he opened the name list in his hand and pointed to Fu Lei's signature. Fu Lei was looking at the black cat on the stool. He was a little dazed after being slapped by his father. When he heard Xiong's words, he was even more puzzled. Why would they come looking for him because of the sports meet? But it also saved him from domestic violence. After Fu Lei's mother heard the explanation of the few children, she quickly found a few chairs for them to sit down. She took out some snacks from the cabinet and placed 2 big jelly in front of little Pomelo. This was the first time that their house had such visitors. There were even class committee members among them. Fu Lei's father thought more and also asked around. When he found out that these few people lived in Tsinghua University, the smile on his face widened and he looked very amiable. Fu Lei, who was standing next to him, saw his father smile like this for the first time in years. He didn't even know that his father could smile like this. Fu Lei's mother was a little embarrassed. She knew that these few children came from good families. Their fathers were all highly educated people. She was afraid that these children would look down on her family. But after careful observation, she found that this wasn't the case. These few children didn't have any contempt in their eyes. Other than being a little restrained when they first came in, they were very natural after that. Zhang Tan knew the reason for this. Actually, the teachers living in Tsinghua University's eastern courtyard, especially those retired teachers, lived very poor lives. Xiong's grandparents were more simple. Although they weren't as poor as Fu Lei's family, to Xiong and the others it was nothing. They didn't look down on them. Moreover, although these few children were sometimes a little arrogant because of their talents, they were still well educated. They knew some basic manners. Zhang Tan understood them. Then our class 800-meter run will depend on him. Xiong pointed at Fu Lei and said. Fu Lei's father waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Let him do the 81,000-meter run. This kid is only good for this." Fu Lei, was there anyone who would criticize their own son like this? Xiong didn't pay attention to the second half of the sentence because he caught a keyword in the first half. He immediately took out the name list and placed it on the table. He passed a pen to Fu Lei and said, "Your dad said that you can do even 1500. Come on, our class will depend on you." Fu Lei was a little hesitant. He really didn't want to do something that would cause him to lose out. But his father had already slapped him. "What are you standing there for? Don't you know what is the class's honor? Group, do you understand? If you have the ability, then you have to contribute more to the group." Fu Lei's father stared at Fu Lei and said. Fu Lei curled his lips. He was very disdainful of his father's old-fashioned way of thinking. But he still took the pen and signed 1500 meters on the name list. This trip was not in vain. Xiong now felt comfortable all over. He suddenly felt that life was still beautiful and tomorrow was still bright. After talking to Fu Lei's father, Xiong and the rest went to Fu Lei's room. F***CK. Fu Lei, your room is even messier than mine. Xiong sighed as he looked at the messy room. At the same time, he felt that Fu Lei was indeed a kindred spirit. Why would a man need to tidy up his room so cleanly? Anyway, no one was looking. Xiong directly said it, but it didn't make people feel awkward. It was better than pretending not to care. But Fu Lei's parents who were in the living room blushed when they heard it. How embarrassing! The children all went to Fu Lei's small room. Only Zhang Tan was squatting on the stool in the living room. "Hey, why do you think these children brought a cat here?" Fu Lei's father looked at the black cat that was calmly squatting on the stool and asked Fu Lei's mother in a low voice. "They probably brought it out for a walk?" Fu Lei's mother said uncertainly. "TSK, an intellectual's cat is indeed different." Fu Lei's father was about to light a cigarette, but when he thought of the children in the room, he held back. They couldn't go out for a walk now. The couple sat in the living room, thinking about something. Bored, Fu Lei's father took out a fish head from the fridge and put it in front of Zhang Tan. "Here, eat it." Zhang Tan. They were indeed father and son. Just like before, Zhang Tan glanced at it and ignored it. He changed to another stool and continued squatting there. An intellectual's cat is indeed different. This is called food that is not given out for free, right? Fu Lei's father continued to stare at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was annoyed by his father's stare. He jumped off the stool and walked into the room. In the room, Xiong and the others were listening to Fu Lei's bragging. Xiong was especially envious of him learning martial arts when he was young. After staying there for half an hour, Zhao Yuan suggested that they leave. They would be scolded if they went back too late. It's too late today. We have to go home. We'll come back next time if we have the chance, Zhao Yuan said. Okay. There are still some things that we can talk about at school tomorrow. Oh right, tomorrow afternoon after dinner you can go to Tsinghua University's sports field with us to exercise. Xiong was still talking to Fu Lei. Zhang Tan was already squatting at the door. He was a little impatient. Looking at the sky outside, it was already dark. He didn't know how the security here was. Since it wasn't too late and there were still some pedestrians on the road, he should hurry back. He didn't want to run into those gangsters who wanted to rob him. Fu Lei was good at fighting, but these guys were not good at fighting. They even had 2 girls with them. Fu Lei's father took his jacket. It's late now. I'll send you guys back. We don't want to run into those gangsters outside. Anyway, this place is not far from Tsinghua University. His words made Zhang Tan feel relieved. With such a strong martial artist around, the kids would definitely be fine. Fu Lei didn't want to stay at home, so he sent Zhao Yuan and the others to Tsinghua University with his father. On the way, he saw the black cat following beside them. He even asked Zhao Yuan a few questions about cats. When it came to talking about his cat, Zhao Yuan became more talkative and talked a lot. They talked and laughed and felt that time passed quickly. Soon, they were standing at the side door. Little Pomelo went over to push the car out. Zhang Tan jumped into the basket. As for Zhao Yuan and the others, they followed Little Pomelo's car and ran back to the east side courtyard. On the other side, Fu Lei's father was sending them to Tsinghua University's side door. He looked at the kids and the words on the side door. He patted the back of Fu Lei's head and said, "Remember to get along well with them. It's good for you." Fu Lei didn't say a word. "Did you hear that?" Fu Lei's father patted him again. "I heard that patting the back of the head can easily make people stupid," Fu Lei said. "You little brat." Fu Lei's father was about to slap Fu Lei's head again. He thought about it and stopped. He patted Fu Lei's shoulder instead. Many people who didn't go to university had a strong desire to go to university. Just like Fu Lei's father, when they stood at the entrance of the university, the feelings that had been buried deep in their hearts for decades seemed to break through the soil. They didn't have a chance to go to university in this lifetime, so they hoped that their children would be able to go to such a university. No matter how high his expectations were, in his heart, he didn't expect Fu Lei to go to a good university, let alone Tsinghua University. In fact, as long as it was a university, he would be satisfied. The next day, after school, Fu Lei and Zhao Yuan agreed to go to Tsinghua University's sports field for training after dinner. There were only 2 days left until the sports meet on Friday and Saturday. They had to hurry. After eating at home, Fu Lei wiped his mouth and took his school bag. He was ready to go out. Fu Lei's father followed him. If the training was too late at night, he would come back with his son. On the other hand, Fu Lei's father also wanted to walk around this famous university in the country. He didn't have many opportunities to go to work. Zhao Yuan and Xiong had told them the location of the sports field. The father and son were prepared to ask around if they couldn't find the place. However, they didn't expect to see Zhao Yuan's black cat squatting on a staircase when they entered the side door. After seeing Fu Lei and his son, Zhang Tan came down from the staircase and stretched. He brought the 2 of them to the sports field. He specially came to pick them up. There were many roads in Tsinghua University, and there were several sports fields. Even some students from Tsinghua University might not be able to tell which was which. Therefore, Zhang Tan came here early to wait for them. He didn't want the 2 of them to walk around randomly and waste time. "Your classmate's cat is very good," Fu Lei's father said to Fu Lei as he looked at the cat leading the way. Chapter 121. When Zhang Tan brought Fu Lei and his son over, Zhao Yuan and the others were warming up. Some people who played soccer or jogged around were already familiar with these kids. Some even came over to greet them and talk about the past again. After bringing them over, Zhang Tan jumped onto the steps and lay down beside little Pomelo, ready to watch them train. In addition to the long-distance running, Zhao Yuan and the others also wanted to see how well the sprints worked. The finale of the sports meet, the 4x100-meter relay, was an important event. In addition to cooperation, They also needed to determine the first, second, and third runners, as well as the last sprinter. Xiong Xiong called Fu Lei over to discuss. Fu Lei's father was next to them, sitting at the bottom of the steps. He looked at the kids and sometimes looked at the scenery around the sports field. Zhang Tan looked at him and guessed that he was thinking about something again. Zhao Yuan and the others ran 2 laps with Fu Lei and then stopped. Fu Lei then started his 3rd lap. It seemed that he could still run a few more laps. Fu Lei's father was next to them, looking at Fu Lei on the track with a smile. Even though he usually beat up Fu Lei, he was quite proud of his son. At least his son had some merits, right? Fu Lei ran 4 laps before he stopped. Although he looked very tired, Zhang Tan felt that he could still continue. It was just his first time running today, so he needed to conserve some energy. Seeing Fu Lei slowly walking over, Xiong Xiong and the others surrounded him and handed him water and towels. Fu Lei's father, who was sitting next to them, was laughing so hard that his eyes disappeared. On Thursday night, they had another training session, focusing on the relay. Some kids from nearby came over. Zhao Yuan, Lan Tianzhu, and Fu Lei made up a 4-person relay. The fastest runner was still Fu Lei. Xiong Xiong let Fu Lei be the last runner. As for Xiong Xiong, he could not run by himself. He was only strong so he could throw the shot put. On Friday morning, after Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma left, little Pomelo reluctantly went to school. Today, there was an 800 yuan and 1,500 yuan competition. It was a pity that she could not watch it. Zhang Tan watched little Pomelo enter the school and then rushed to Zhao Yuan's school. This time, he did not take a stroll on the fence. Instead, he was jogging. There was a big tabby cat lying on the fence. It must have just come out to look for food. It was squatting there with its head down, licking its paws and wiping its face. Suddenly, its ears twitched, and it looked at the other side of the wall in shock. Just as it looked over, a black shadow jumped over its head. Its gaze followed the jumping figure. It raised its head, turned its head, and then looked back at the black shadow that had landed on the wall and continued to run away. After a few seconds, the cat remembered that it had not finished licking its paws and turned its head to continue licking. When he was almost at Zhao Yuan's school, Zhang Tan sped up. In front of him, there was a big cat that had just jumped on the fence. It was yawning. Zhang Tan did not slow down. He rushed over and jumped again. The yawning big cat was about to stretch when it was scared by Zhang Tan's action. It slipped and almost fell off the fence. After it climbed back up the fence, it looked at the black shadow that was running away. It raised its hind legs and scratched its ears. It shook its head and looked at the passing crowd to amuse itself. The people on the street were in a hurry. No one paid attention to the black cat running on the fence. Maybe they were used to seeing cats on the fence. It did not matter if it was a white cat or a black cat. There was nothing to be concerned about. In this area, people and cats always maintained their own pace of life and did not interfere with each other. When Zhang Tan arrived at the field of Zhao Yuan School, the opening ceremony was in progress. He looked around and saw many square formations in school uniforms on the field. After looking around, Zhang Tan did not find any tall trees or a suitable place to watch the sports meet. Finally, Zhang Tan's gaze fell on the wall behind the commander's desk. A huge poster was pasted on the wall, and a banner hung at the top of it. Zhang Tan walked over from the stairs and looked at the wall from the side. Although the wall was not very thick, it was wide enough for him to squat there and watch the situation on the field. At this time, the leader on the commander's desk was talking. The so-called simple explanation had been going on for 20 minutes. Many students in the square formation below were impatient. They whispered to each other and were glared at by the head teacher. After a while, they began to whisper again. Zhang Tan could feel their resentment even though he was far away. But soon, some students noticed the black cat approaching the commander's desk. They stopped whispering and stared at the black cat. It was much more interesting than listening to the leader's speech. Zhao Yuan was originally chatting with Suin, who was standing next to him, using a secret signal that only they knew. Suddenly, Fu Lei, who was standing behind him, poked him and pointed his chin forward. "Look at the commander's desk." Hearing Fu Lei's words, Zhao Yuan was still wondering what was going on. When he looked over, he saw his cat standing on the top step and striding towards the commander's desk with its head held high. Su En and the others also saw this scene. There were many black cats in the city, but when they saw the cat, they were sure that it was Zhao Yuan's cat. Other than his cat, no other cat would be so bold as to calmly run towards the commander's desk in front of so many people. Zhao Yuan's eyes twitched. He had heard about the military training from Zhao Wei. His cat must have found a good place to observe. He just didn't know if it would cause any awkward effects. Zheng Tan didn't care what others thought. After arriving at the commander's desk, it jumped directly onto the wall. The banner hanging on the wall was slightly higher than the top of the wall. Zheng Tan squatted behind it. The people outside could only see a black cat's head. The leader standing on the commander's desk didn't notice at all. He was still talking. On the sports field, friendship comes first, competition comes second. Zhang Tan yawned. Who would believe such nonsense? Without friendship, competition came first. What friendship did people who didn't know each other talk about friendship? Many people said that yawning was contagious. Therefore, the students, who had been overly excited yesterday and were feeling sleepy after listening to the boring speech of the station leader, suddenly felt even more sleepy after seeing Zhang Tan yawn twice in a row. Zhang Tan tugged at the red banner in front of her out of boredom. She looked at the bald head of the leader who was speaking. Was this because he was tired? When the leader finally finished his speech and announced the start of the sports meet, the group of people let out a sigh of relief. The leader was still sitting there. There was a row of people sitting on the commander's desk. They were the judges for the first event. Zhang Tan didn't expect the first event to be broadcast gymnastics. Only the first-year students had this event. The second and third-year students didn't have it. There were more than 10 classes in the first year. They weren't arranged according to class number. It was completely based on drawing lots. It was fairer this way. No one complained about when to appear. It was all based on luck. Zhao Yuan's class was in 4th place. It wasn't bad. The second and third years had already left. Some of them were watching from the side. The athletes were doing some warm-ups. At the same time, they were watching the first years do the silly things they had experienced in the past. Many people felt that when they were doing the broadcast gymnastics seriously, they looked especially silly. Zhang Tan leaned against the background wall and peeked his head out to look down. Many people tried their best to do every movement well under the eyes of the school leaders. Moreover, it was a competition. However, if they overdid it, they would appear a little stiff. Coupled with their serious and childish faces, Zhang Tan really wanted to laugh. However, Zhang Tan wanted to see the performance of Zhao Yuan's class. When the third class came over, the fourth class was preparing and waiting at the side. Xiong was standing in front of the group. From what Zhang Tan saw just now, the ones standing in front of the group were the leaders. They didn't have to be the sports committee members. Moreover, the leaders in front of them were all beautiful girls. Suddenly, there was a beast in this class. When it was finally Zhao Yuan's class, Zhang Tan felt that Zhao Yuan and the others were already a little stiff. Just as Zhang Tan thought, Zhao Yuan felt uncomfortable when he saw his cat watching him. Why did he feel like his cat was waiting to see him make a fool of himself? Zhao Yuan finally understood how Zhao Wei felt during the freshman military training at Tsinghua University. In fact, Zhao Yuan should be glad that there was only Zhang Tan this time. No other cats came. The music started. Xiong, the fat and strong guy, was wearing a school uniform and white gloves. He stood in front of the group and led the exercises seriously. Although it looked a little weird, and people who didn't know better would definitely think that this was a mistake on the head teacher's part, this just happened to be the smart part of their head teacher. Actually, letting Xiong lead the drill also had the effect of showing his face. Many people sitting on the command platform knew Xiong. Before school started, Xiong's mother had already met these leaders and teachers. The leader sitting in the center looked at Xiong with a smile on his face. He looked very friendly. The leader of the class who just walked over didn't have this kind of treatment. Unfortunately, Xiong didn't pay attention to the school leader at all. It was rare for him to have a straight face. Zhang Tan still wanted to laugh. Each class only had about 5 minutes. After an hour, they finished. Zhao Yuan's class was in first place, slightly ahead of the second place. The teacher of the first class had a smile on his face. Zhang Tan felt that the smile had a deeper meaning. Sure enough, the head teacher was not a simple character. After the broadcast exercise, the official competition began. The first morning was the 100m and 1,500-meter sprint. Zhao Yuan wasn't competing. Xiong hoped that Fu Lei could run the 100-meter sprint. Unfortunately, each person could only sign up for 2 events, so he had to give up on the 100-meter sprint. Fortunately, the person who signed up for the 100-meter sprint was good. Even if he wasn't outstanding, the head teacher wanted him to try his best to be in the top 8. Because only the top 8 would be counted. The points for the first to 8th place were 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 respectively. The last event was the relay event, and double points were counted. There were preliminaries for the 100-meter sprint, but the 1,500-meter sprint was decided directly. Fu Lei had a number tag hanging behind his back. He was warming up. After the heats of the 100-meter sprint, his 1,500-meter sprint would begin. There were only a few people around Fu Lei, including Zhao Yuan. The others were either watching the heats of the 100-meter sprint, sitting in their own class area, writing encouraging notes or reading books. The leaders on the podium had already left. Sitting there were people from the school radio station, as well as some students who wanted to cheer for their class athletes through the microphone. A few students wanted to poke Zhang Tan, but the wall was too high for them to reach. They could only throw paper balls. When Zhang Tan was bored, he played a paper ball game with a few girls. When Jiaoma went to Zhao Yuan with a bag of water, she pointed at the cat playing with a few girls on the podium and said, "Zhao Yuan, why is our black charcoal there?" Chapter 122. After the 100m heats, it was time for the 1,500-meter sprint. Everyone in Grade 1 Class 1 knew that the only person in their class who ran the 1,500-meter sprint was Fu Lei, the bad student who was rumored to be very good at fighting and always skipping classes. In fact, many people were not very enthusiastic about cheering for Qin Guan. It was just that there was only the 1,500-meter sprint in the morning and the 100-meter sprint final after that. Some people who had just finished watching the 100-meter sprint heats were sitting by the side leisurely eating melon seeds. They were talking about what they had seen and gossiping about which class had indeed gotten first place. Only Zhao Yuan, Xiong, and a few others accompanied Fu Lei to the 1,500-meter sprint starting point. Fu Lei himself did not care if other people came to cheer for him or not. After all, they were all unimportant people. Zhang Tan was lying on his side against the background wall. His head was casually resting on the edge of the wall. He was looking at the world that had rotated 90 degrees. Occasionally, his ears would twitch because of the wind that blew past. The 1,500-meter sprint had just begun. Fu Lei and the other classes were closer together. More than 10 people were running in a line around the track. Fu Lei was in the middle and at the back. But Zhang Tan could tell from his expression that he was not nervous at all. During the first lap, there were not many people cheering for Qin Guan. Only a few shouts could be heard once in a while. But slowly, during the second and third laps, the gap between the 10 people was getting bigger and bigger. Some people in the class were getting anxious. During the third lap, some people automatically quit. But the others, even if they were at the back, were running very slowly and still persisting. Fu Lei was in 5th place. The first 5 people were closer together. Some people in Class 1 were excited. Even if they were in 5th place, the class would get an extra 4 points. During the 4th lap, the cheers got louder. The school track was more than 300 meters. The 1,500-meter sprint took more than 4 laps. Many people liked to speed up during the last lap. The first 2 people had already started to speed up. The people behind were not willing to fall behind except for Fu Lei. Seeing that Fu Lei was about to be overtaken by the 6th person, the students of Class 1 were anxious. The students who were eating melon seeds couldn't sit still. They squeezed to the side of the track and shouted encouragement with the rest of the class. Zhang Tan looked at Zhao Yuan and the others. They looked more anxious than anyone else. Their faces were red, but they did not make a sound. It was only when Fu Lei started to speed up that the few of them who had been holding back for a long time began to shout. They wished they could take his place. The finish line had been pulled up. Fu Lei's speed was getting faster and faster. The fourth and third place also felt the pressure, but their legs were not listening to them. They were almost at their limit. Starting from Zhao Yuan's side, Class 1 students started cheering for Fu Lei. Litmus ran directly to the commander's desk and snatched the microphone from the announcer's hand. She cheered along with Zhao Yuan's rhythm. The announcer sitting there glared at her, but she ignored it. There were also some second and third graders who wanted to join in the fun shouting. After shouting a few times, they asked the first graders next to them, "Who is Fu Lei?" The bespectacled student from an unknown class adjusted his glasses and said, "Based on their shouting, it's either the first two or the person behind who is rushing forward like he's on steroids." For the first time, Fu Lei felt a strong sense of existence. He heard those people shouting, "Fu Lei, go!" This seemed to be the first time Fu Lei's name had been shouted by so many people in such a big occasion. They no longer looked at him with alienation and disdain. They no longer looked at him as if he was a weak student. At this moment, he was the hope of the entire class. What was a collective sense of honor? In the past, Fu Lei had always been disdainful of it. But now he seemed to understand. There was no need to deliberately do anything or express anything. When something happened, when the situation matured, this kind of feeling naturally and uncontrollably arose. What was originally a symbolic thing became a real thing. All of his emotions found a strong point of support. It ignited the long-lost passion for fighting for first place. It was as if he had returned to that small village and fought for a wooden carving trophy. But this time, it was even more intense. Zhang Tan watched as Fu Lei increased his speed and quickly closed in on the second place. He then overtook and continued to close in on the person in the front. This kid really hid his strength well. Zhang Tan heard from Zhao Yuan that among the first graders in the 1,500-meter sprint, there were two who had joined the school sports department. They should be the two who were running at the front. The cheers of Class 1 grew louder and louder. They couldn't control their own emotions. Some of the other people who were wandering around were also pulled over by the shouts and joined the army of cheers. Just now, an announcer on the command deck wanted to snatch the microphone from Litmus's hand. Litmus leaned to the side and avoided that person's hand. She continued to hold the microphone and shouted. Some of the people from other classes around the field didn't know and thought that the school radio station was biased. In fact, the announcers sitting there also had a bellyful of bitterness. Seeing the contestant from Class 1 start to rush for first place, they didn't try to snatch the microphone anymore. At this time, it was impossible to snatch it. This little girl was too strong. Zhang Tan glanced at the situation on the platform and felt happy in his heart. Then, he turned his attention back to Fu Lei, who was sprinting in the last 50 meters. The student who had maintained first place until now was worthy of being called a sports student. His sprinting speed didn't seem like it was for the 1,500-meter sprint at all. However, Fu Lei was a dark horse. In the end, he took the lead by 2 steps and won first place. Although he didn't break the record, getting first place was already a big surprise for Class 1. They cheered for a long time. The event that they didn't have much hope for had become the most unexpected surprise. Zhang Tan looked at Fu Lei, who was being supported by Zhao Yuan and the other students of Class 1 as they left the track. He slowly swayed his tail. What was this called? A good start? The first drop of blood? This was the first official first place until now. The 1,500-meter sprint preliminaries were settled. For the first time, Class 1's head teacher looked at Fu Lei with a peaceful gaze and even a smile. This made Fu Lei have goosebumps. He felt that the serious head teacher was more normal. After the 1,500-meter sprint, the final of the 100-meter sprint also began. Those who got a good ranking were like heroes who returned in triumph, enjoying the crowd's applause and support. Those who didn't get into the top 8 silently squeezed into the mixed crowd and left the field in low spirits. After watching the competition in the morning, Zhang Tan got up and prepared to go back. He still had to go back to Tsinghua University at noon to accompany little Pomelo. He would come back in the afternoon. Poor Fu Lei. There were still 800 meters left in the afternoon. It would be tough for him. Other than Fu Lei's race, there were also Xiong Xiong's shot put, Lan Tianju's long jump, etc. There were many events in the afternoon, but Zheng Tan was only interested in Xiong Xiong's and the others. After watching her cat jump onto the wall and leave, Zhao Ma came back to take Zhao Yuan and the others to the staff cafeteria for lunch. She also took Fu Lei with her. When Zheng Tan came in the afternoon, the competition had already started. It was the same place. Zheng Tan jumped onto the background wall, stretched, and lay there, overlooking the entire field. There was no need to worry about people blocking his view. He could even see some of the long jump athletes. Xiong Xiong was second in the shot put, just a little bit behind the first place. He was very depressed because of this. For half a day, except when he was cheering for Zhao Yuan and the others, he kept a straight face. Su En and Lan Tianju also participated in the high jump and long jump. Although they weren't in the top three, Zheng Tan heard from the announcer that one of them was fourth in the high jump and the other was fifth in the long jump. As for Fu Lei's 800-meter sprint, many students came to talk to him before Fu Lei ran the 800-meter sprint in the afternoon. They told him to do his best and not to be too stressed. After all, the 1,500-meter sprint in the morning was already tough enough, and he still had to run the 800-meter sprint in the afternoon. The 800-meter sprint was much shorter than the 1,500-meter sprint. Maybe because he was too tired in the morning competition, he only got third place. But the third place was enough to make the students of Class 1 happy. At least they could get a lot of points. Now, Class 1's total score was in first place. After watching the sports meet for a while, Zheng Tan got up and left. He didn't wait for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma. Zhao Yuan and the other boys would stay at school for a while. In the evening, Zhao Yuan went home and briefly told little Pomelo about today's competition. Then he went to bed early. He still had to run the 400-meter sprint and the relay tomorrow. The whole family went out for the next day's competition. Zhao Pa and little Pomelo also came to Zhao Yuan's school to watch the competition. Today was Saturday, so they had a rest. After arriving at the sports field, Zheng Tan didn't go to the commander's desk this time. Instead, he followed Zhao Pa and the others to watch the competition on a platform. Xiong Xiong's parents also came, along with a few other parents in the family courtyard. They all stood together and watched the competition. Sometimes they would chat with other parents they knew. In the morning, Zhao Yuan got second place in the heats of the 400-meter sprint. He was qualified to participate in the final in the afternoon. At noon, a large group of people didn't go to the teacher's cafeteria. Xiong Xiong's mother treated them to a relatively high-end restaurant outside. There weren't any high-end hotels nearby, so they had to make do with it. Fu Lei's parents didn't come, but they brought them with them. During lunch, the kids got together to discuss the relay in the afternoon and change their original strategy. Before they left, they looked at the positions of the runners of the 4x100-meter relay and estimated the distance of the fourth leg. They weren't sure if it was a mistake by the school, but the second leg was longer. They should let the fastest runner close the gap to save time. Therefore, Fu Lei, who was supposed to be the last runner, became the second runner. Zhao Yuan, who was the second fastest, was in charge of sprinting. In the afternoon, Zhao Yuan got third place in the 400-meter sprint final. He was very satisfied with this result. He got second place in the heats and fifth place in the overall competition. He didn't expect to get better in the final. When the other events were about to end, it meant that the last and most important event was about to begin. Now, the boys' team of Class 1 was in second place, while the girls' team was in first place. They were several points ahead of the second-place team. If nothing unexpected happened, the girls' team would also get a good result. In the end, the girls' team would be in first place. Therefore, the students of Class 1 all hoped that the boys' team could get a good result. That way, Class 1 would get 2 first places. How cool would that be? Just thinking about it made them excited. Even the stingy homeroom teacher said that if the boys' team came in first, he would pay 300 yuan to buy basketball and other sports equipment for them. Zheng Tan stood on Zhao Pa's shoulder and looked at the runners on the track. Just as Zhao Yuan and the others had said, Lei was also very good at sprinting. When he was the second runner, he was already ahead of the rest of the runners. Some of the other classes dropped their runners midway, and some made mistakes. No matter what, they were all trying their best. At this time, the sun had begun to cool down, but the track was white-hot. A gust of wind blew. Zhang Tan squinted as he looked at the track in the sunlight. These 2 days might not be a big deal to others. They were just 2 days of ordinary sports for junior high school students. However, Zhang Tan had a different feeling from the bottom of his heart. In these 2 days, there were no bad students or good students on this track. The 2 people who had quarreled over a pen the day before yesterday had carried each other to the infirmary without hesitation. The 2 people who had always been clear about boundaries were now cheering for each other at the top of their lungs. Zhang Tan thought back to his experience at this age. His memory was very faint and blurry. He did not seem to have any special impressions. There was also a sports meet back then. However, Zhang Tan seemed to have jumped over the school wall with a few bad friends and went to the arcade. At that time, Zhang Tan thought that it was just a sports meet. There was nothing to participate in and there was nothing to see. There was a sports meet every year, and there was nothing to pay attention to. What was the point of fighting like an idiot, crying, laughing, and making a fuss over a worthless ranking? When he went to high school and university, who would remember these little junior high school sports meet? However, after these 2 days, Zhang Tan felt that some of the things that he thought were boring back then were no longer boring. Zhang Tan saw Lei wiping his tears when Zhao Yuan and the others helped him back to the rest area after the long run. He also saw Xiong almost hitting the referee when he threw the shot put for the first time. There was also a long jumper whose pants slipped when he jumped into the sandpit. How much did he miss in the past? Zhang Tan looked at his hairy paws and then looked at Zhao Yuan, who had already started sprinting. The students of Class 1 were ready to welcome the joy of the double championship. If he could do it all over again, Zhang Tan could only be a bystander, watching the figures running, jumping, shouting, and sweating under the sun. Zhang Tan suddenly envied Zhao Yuan and the others. In this era, the children of this age were not so introverted. They did not think too far ahead. With pure and immature emotions, they only fought for the moment. They only persisted for the moment. They walked through the turning point from elementary school to high school, showing their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Perhaps in the future, the fiercer and crueler competition and the reality of survival would make them become Philistin, and they would learn to wear masks for a long time. However, when they occasionally calmed down or when they got off work, they would carry their bags and drag their tired bodies. When they passed by an elementary school or high school, they would look at the lively and immature figures and remember the pure, hard days of the past. A person's life was decades long, and their memories were limited. Too much time would be lost in their memories. However, the shining moments that had always existed, regardless of whether they were bright or dark, could be taken out and looked at in their free time. Every single one of them would make them reminisce for a long time. Zhang Tan's forehead was patted. He came back to his senses and saw Jiao Pa looking at him. Black charcoal. Get ready to go home. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tan stretched his back and squinted his eyes as he yawned. Chapter 123. The joy of Zhao Yuan's class, winning the sports meets double championship, continued. The few children prepared to celebrate. They did not go to any big hotel, but to Zhao Wei's family's restaurant. Xiong missed the fried rice meat there. Zhao Yuan, Litmus, Lei, and a few other kids agreed to go to Zhao Wei's restaurant together later. The parents didn't want to restrict them, so those who had something to do had already left. Jiao Pa said that he would bring the kids there later, so there was no need for all the adults to come along. Before leaving school, Xiong went to the bathroom. Eating, drinking, and going to the toilet was a big thing. Zhao Yuan and the others, who were carrying their backpacks, walked slowly to the school gate and waited for Xiong outside. Zhang Tan squatted on the wall of the school gate, watching the students walk out in 2s and 3s. Some of them were still talking about what had happened today, and some of them looked depressed. Zhao Yuan and the others were talking about how to spend the hundreds of yuan that they had won. The money was included in the class fee, so they couldn't afford to pay for a meal. Therefore, even if they wanted to buy something, they could only buy some basketball or football. Buy some badminton rackets, but they don't have to be the best. Just make do with them. Litmus interrupted. Girls didn't play basketball or football. At most, they played volleyball and badminton. A few teachers walked out of the door and greeted Jiao Ma. They probably knew Jiao Pa and were about to leave after a few words. However, when they saw Zhang Tan squatting on the wall, they pointed at him and asked Jiao Ma, "Is this your cat?" "Yes, he came to watch the sports meet with us," Jiao Ma said. "Oh, that's good. Haha." After that, the teacher left with the others. However, Jiao Pa felt that the ha-ha in the teacher's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Confused, Jiao Pa asked Jiao Ma. Jiao Ma told him some things that happened during the opening ceremony. Jiao Pa was silent. No wonder those people said, "Ha-ha," whose cat could jump onto the wall of the stage and watch the sports meet in front of so many people. While they were talking, Xiong ran out. Jiao Pa gave him his school bag and 2 bottles of drinks left by Xiong's mother. "Let's go, kids," Jiao Pa said to them, and they all went to Jiao Wei's restaurant together. Those who had bicycles rode them. Those who didn't have bicycles, like Fu Lei, let other people carry them. Jiao Ma rode with them. Jiao Pa didn't drive today. There were many people and cars in the area, so it was very crowded. There was no parking space, so he rode an electric scooter. Jiao Pa rode the electric scooter, and little Pomelo sat behind him. As for Zhang Tan, he continued to squat in the basket of the electric scooter. He adjusted himself to a more comfortable position, put his chin on the edge of the basket, and looked at the scenery passing by. "Hey, Jiao Yuan, your cat is so obedient. I have a cat at home too. When I put it in the basket, it's like confinement. It won't stay in the basket for even a moment. Even if it stays in the basket for a while, it will jump out when the cart starts moving. So every time I take it for injections, it's in a cage. By the way, what brand of cat food does your cat eat?" "It looks very strong," one of Jiao Yuan's classmates said. He was also one of the people who had participated in the relay race. "My cat is a bit special. It doesn't eat cat food. It eats the same food as us. It doesn't eat the food that we don't eat either." Jiao Yuan paused, then continued, "It doesn't eat food given by strangers either." However, Jiao Yuan was obviously not sure about the latter part of his sentence. He had never seen his cat eat food given by strangers. Fu Lei had a deep understanding of this. "It didn't eat the fish head I gave it last time. Does your cat like to catch mice?" that classmate continued to ask. Of course, they chatted along the way, from whose cat is the best to how to not get splashed by the water when taking a dump, which was a topic that spanned a wide range of topics. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. Soon, they arrived at Jiao Wei's restaurant. Jiao Pa's phone had run out of battery, so he used Jiao Ma's phone to call the restaurant. Jiao Wei's father waved his hand and said, "Okay, let them all come in." When they arrived, they found out that Jiao Wei's father had hung a closed sign in front of the restaurant to entertain the kids. Jiao Wei had already told his parents about the sanitary fee. He just ignored the special factor of Zhang Tan and attributed the main reason to Jiao Pa and Celestine. His parents were very grateful and had been thinking about how to thank him. After receiving the phone call today, they decided to close the restaurant and entertain the kids. "Where's Wei Wei?" Jiao Pa looked around and asked. Jiao Wei's mother had just finished washing the vegetables. She wiped her hands on her apron and said, "He joined some club. I don't know what he's been busy with recently. I heard that he stayed up late last night and only went to bed after 10 this morning. I think he's still in the dormitory now. He said that he'll come over later. He should be up now." Zhang Tan was lying on a chair in the restaurant. Litmus, little Pomelo, and Jiao Ma were playing cards next to him. Jiao Yuan and the other kids were either standing or leaning against their bicycles, chatting happily outside. Even Fu Lei, who usually didn't talk much, was gradually getting into the conversation. Zhang Tan pricked up his ears and listened. Soon he lost interest. The kids' conversation was boring. He would rather watch little Pomelo and the others play cards. Jiao Pa chatted with Jiao Wei's parents for a while. Then he came to the table and said to Jiao Ma, "I think we'll have to wait for another 10 minutes. I'll go back to get the charger first. My phone is out of battery. I have to send the kids back tonight. I'm afraid that Yuanzi won't be able to contact me again if something urgent happens. Jiaoma looked at the cards in her hand and nodded, indicating that she understood. Zhang Ten thought for a while and jumped off the chair. He followed Jiao Pa out. It was boring to sit here, so it was better to go out for a walk. Jiao Pa rode the electric scooter and led Zhang Tan into the eastern courtyard. Zhang Tan heard that cheap voice. There was a person standing under a tree not far from the building. Zhang Tan knew this person. Not long after he was kidnapped, Zhao Ma took him to the affiliated hospital community. This person lived there. He seemed to be called Bai Yang or something. He was also the talent that Jiao Pa and Yuanzi wanted to poach. Later, they succeeded in hiring him with a high salary. Zhang Tan didn't know the details. He hadn't seen this person for a long time. Bai Yang was very depressed today. It was Saturday, and he went to the company to deal with some things in the morning. He brought 2 documents back and also went to Tsinghua University's family courtyard to discuss with Associate Professor Zhao. When he arrived, he realized that he didn't bring his phone. He guessed that he had left it in the company office. He remembered Associate Professor Zhao's phone number, but he couldn't get through to the guard. The guard said that many people in the courtyard were watching the junior high school sports competition today. Bai Yang looked at the time. Anyway, it wasn't long before lunchtime, so he just stood there and waited. Ever since he helped his girlfriend raise a cat, Bai Yang had become much closer to cats. Sometimes he would stop and play with cats when he saw them on the road. Maybe it was easier for cat owners to get close to cats than other people. Bai Yang had played with cats a few times and it felt good. Today, when he walked into the eastern courtyard and stood under the tree, he saw a cat walk out from the flower bed. It didn't look like the cats that were often seen in the eastern courtyard. Bai Yang pulled a piece of grass to tease it, but when the cat approached, it suddenly raised its head. Then, as if it had seen something horrible, it turned around and ran away. Bai Yang heard the movement and turned his head to look at the tree. A blue parrot stood there, looking at him with its yellow eyes. Although the cat was gone, Bai Yang was very curious to see such a rare parrot. He looked around and didn't see anyone, so he didn't know where its owner was. Many parrots could say hello or goodbye, and so on. Bai Yang was interested and said hello to the parrot in the tree. The parrot in the tree tilted its head and looked at Bai Yang. 2 seconds later, it said, "Hello." Bai Yang was interested. He had seen people talking to birds in the flower and bird market before, and it was really interesting. "Hello," Bai Yang said again. "Hello," the bird in the tree said again. "What's your name?" Bai Yang asked. In fact, he just asked casually. He didn't expect the parrot to understand or answer him. However, to his surprise, the bird in the tree really replied. "What's your name?" The same question came from the mouth of the blue parrot in the tree. Bai Yang was stunned, and then smiled. This was a parrot repeating the same words. "My name is Bai Yang," Bai Yang replied. Then he waited with interest for the parrot to answer the same question. Unfortunately, Bai Yang was destined to be wrong this time. The blue parrot in the tree tilted its head, and then shook its wings. If Zhang Tan was here, he would know what the stupid bird wanted to do at this time. The next moment, a small white poplar, growing beside the outpost, deep roots, strong trunk, guarding the northern border. Bai Yang. What's going on? At first, Bai Yang thought it was a novelty. After all, he had not seen many birds that could sing. Moreover, this bird's singing was quite standard. Its words and tone were very outstanding. However, once it started singing, it could not stop. It sang over and over again. The first time Bai Yang felt strange, the second time he felt ha-ha, and the third time Bai Yang felt noisy. "Can you please stop singing?" Bai Yang sighed, but the parrot in the tree only stopped for a second, and then it continued to sing. Bai Yang rubbed his forehead and walked to the side. Then he took out a cigarette and lighter, ready to smoke. Just as he lit the cigarette, Bai Yang noticed that the parrot in the tree stopped singing. He took a puff and looked at it. When he was about to say something, he noticed that the parrot in the tree tilted its head and looked at him. Bai Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, light up a cigarette, My heart is like a smoke ring, by Yang. This tune, is it from the 80s or 90s? Zhang Tan sat in the Jiao Pa's small electric scooter, and when he entered the courtyard, he saw Bai Yang with a cigarette between his fingers. But he didn't smoke. He stood there looking like he wanted to poop. And the parrot in the tree was singing, "Fill up a glass of wine, your face is as delicate as an apple." Bai Yang's face was really red, but it was definitely because he was angry. When he saw the Jiao Pa coming over on the electric scooter, Bai Yang recovered from his stupor. "Teacher Jiao, this bird is..." Bai Yang pointed at the bird that had stopped singing and asked. A teacher downstairs raised it. "It is quite smart and likes to sing." Chapter 124. When the Jiao Pa brought Bai Yang upstairs, Zhang Tan squatted downstairs and waited. He didn't want to climb up and down. As for the noisy bird in the tree, it couldn't sing without an audience. It stood on the tree and looked at Zhang Tan, who jumped up the tree and lay down. Its gaze lingered on Zhang Tan's cat ears for a while. After being glared at by Zhang Tan, it hummed and flew to other parts of the courtyard to find an audience. It originally wanted to bully the cat from before, but it didn't expect to meet Bai Yang, an audience. Compared to bullying other cats, it was more inclined to sing. Only when it couldn't sing would it look for someone to bully or hide in a corner to watch the show. Zhang Tan knew this bird's personality, so before it left, Zhang Tan wouldn't let his guard down. If he wasn't careful, this bird would bite his cat ears. So, when General flew away, Zhang Tan was officially relieved. He yawned. Although he hadn't eaten dinner, he didn't feel too hungry. He had eaten some peanuts when he was at the Jiao Wei's restaurant. He guessed that the Jiao Pa and Bai Yang would talk for a while so Zhang Tan could take a nap. However, Zhang Tan didn't take a nap for more than a few minutes before he heard a car horn. The sound was quite familiar. He opened his eyes and looked in that direction. He saw the third Master Fang's car slowly approaching. The car window was down, and the third Master Fang stuck his head out of the car and looked at the surrounding tall trees. Finally, his gaze fell on Zhang Tan. He immediately smiled and waved at Zhang Tan. The driver today wasn't the third Master Fang, but another person Zhang Tan had never seen before. He looked quite steady, and the driver's face was expressionless. Zhang Tan got up and stretched. He shook his fur, jumped down the tree, and came to the side of the car. Third Master Fang didn't seem to be getting out of the car. He was still holding a phone in his other hand. When he saw Zhang Tan coming over, he motioned for Zhang Tan to enter the car to talk. Although he was confused, Zhang Tan still jumped into the car and stood in the back seat. Then, he looked at Third Master Fang with confusion. Zhang Tan felt that the Third Master Fang was not here to take him out to play. If there were any arrangements, the Third Master Fang would have informed him long ago. However, Zhang Tan had not heard of any arrangements for the Third Master Fang during this period of time. It was usually Celestine who came to take him out to play. Fang Xiaokong, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at the black cat in front of him carefully. "Yo, your beard is growing well. It looks much better than before. You don't have to worry about people seeing you like this." As he spoke, Fang Xiaokong took out his phone and flipped through the photos he had taken before. He nodded as if to confirm. Then, before Zhang Tan could flip open the phone, he threw the phone into his pocket and said, "I passed by Tsinghua University today, so I came to take a look and introduce some people. I have to leave soon, so I won't go upstairs." Before he came, Fang Xiaokong had called Associate Professor Jiao. Otherwise, he would not have known that Zhang Tan was staying on the tree downstairs. He had already told Associate Professor Jiao about the details, so he only said a few words to Zhang Tan. Jiao Pa, who was staying at home on the 5th floor, looked downstairs from the balcony of his house. He went into the house to continue talking with Bai Yang. Just now, he plugged his phone into the power supply. Not long after he turned it on, the Third Master Fang called. He said that there was an event next Saturday, and he wanted to take his cat out for a walk. When the Jiao Pa was talking to the Third Master Fang on the phone, Bai Yang also heard some things. He also learned some things during his time in the company, including the pure black lucky cat ornament in the office of Big Boss Yuanzi. The Mr. Fang that Associate Professor Jiao called out just now was the one from Shaoguang Group, right? TSK. I really didn't expect that the call was about taking his cat out to play. Since when did all the social work fall on the cat? The cat business was busier than the human business. Downstairs, in the car, the third Master Fong simply told Zhang Tan that he would take him out to play next Saturday and meet some new friends. He would send a driver to pick him up. After all, the third Master Fong definitely did not have time. The driver that the third Master Fong had entrusted with this important task was the person sitting in the driver's seat at the moment. This is Tong Qing. You can get to know him first. He will come to pick you up next Saturday. He is a good person and has a strong mentality. He can drive and fight, but he is a bit boring. Fang Xiaokong pointed to the person in the driver's seat as he spoke to Zhang Tan. Then he asked the driver to take a good look at Zhang Tan. There were so many black mongrel cats in the world. It was easy for people who were not familiar with them to mistake them, but they also knew that once they were familiar with them, they would not be mistaken again. Throughout the whole process, the driver named Tong Qing's expression did not change much, but there was still a little doubt in his eyes. Perhaps he did not understand why his boss had to say so much to a cat. It was just a cat. Could it understand? Tong Qing had followed Fang Xiaokong from Beijing after the 11th of this year. He used to drive for Fang Xiaokong in Beijing for half a year. Fang Xiaokong felt that this person was good and steady enough. He should be able to withstand the psychological impact of Zhang Tan, so he transferred him over. After all, not everyone could accept such an evil cat, calmly accept it, and keep their mouth shut. Zhang Tan did not care. He was not worried about Fang Xiaokong's choice. Anyway, as long as the cat was not like Ranqi, it was fine. He was too weak and could not be scared easily. After a few simple words and getting to know the person, Zhang Tan jumped out of the car and watched Fang Xiaokong's car leave the compound. He climbed up a tree and lay there for a while, waiting for the Jiao Pa to come down before they went out to eat together. In the following week, Jiao Ma knew that Zhang Tan had been invited by the third Master Fong to play. She ran to Xiaoguo's place several times, thinking about how to make her cat look more high-end and classy. After all, in terms of breed and pedigree, those famous cats were several countries ahead of Zhang Tan. For people like the third Master Fong, their cats must be famous cats. Famous pets were matched with famous people, and there were not many people who were as close to the people as the third Master Fong. Of course, Jiao Ma definitely did not dislike Zhang Tan's rural pedigree. She was afraid that Zhang Tan would be laughed at by others. Maybe people would not say anything because of the third Master Fong, but when she thought about how her cat would be ridiculed by a group of people, she felt uncomfortable. Therefore, she spent the past week thinking about how to make her cat look better. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan was not interested in Jiao Ma's thoughts at all. He was not long-haired. Even if he went to Xiaoguo's place for pet grooming, he would not change anything. She also avoided things like mandarin jackets and bow ties. She felt uncomfortable wearing those things. She already had a natural fur coat on her, so why would she still need a mandarin jacket? Jiao Pa was much calmer. Although he did not understand Fang Xiaokong's thoughts, he believed that Fang Xiaokong would not let anything happen to his cat. Zhang Tan also felt that there was nothing to worry about. They were just going to have fun. Was there a need to be so nervous? It was not the first time he had been taken out to have fun. While Jiao Ma was thinking about how to make Zhang Tan look better, Zhao Lu was sitting on the other side of Fang Xiaokong's desk in his office. She had received an invitation for Saturday a long time ago. Her father did not have time as he was out of town, so she would go on behalf of her father. 2 days ago, when she met Associate Professor Jiao at Tsinghua University, she found out that the Jiao family's black cat was also invited. She did not understand. Zhao Lu roughly knew who would be going. Among them, there were a few who liked pets and liked to take them with them wherever they went. However, those were all famous pets. Why would they bring the black charcoal with the countryside bloodline to the event? Although Zhao Lu felt that this was not a good idea, her thoughts were similar to Jiao Ma's. However, based on her understanding of Fang Xiaokong, she knew that his methods were sometimes extreme or messy. To put it bluntly, he was just messing around. However, the results were always surprising. Fang Xiaokong was a legend in the industry. This guy's thinking always took a turn in the direction of the unthinkable when others did not expect it. After holding it in for 2 days, Zhao Lu could not hold it in anymore. She ran over to ask her third uncle what he was thinking. Fang Xiaokong finished reading the report in his hand and slowly closed the folder. Then, he looked at Zhao Lu and said, "When I was chatting with your dad last month, he mentioned an interesting story. In order to increase the survival rate of sardines, which are tranquil and prone to suffocation, a carnivorous and ferocious fish, such as a catfish, would be added to the sardines during transportation. The famous catfish effect." Zhao Lu knew about this. It was a common method used in management. Fang Xiaokong did not elaborate on the catfish effect. Instead, he asked, "Don't you think that these gatherings are too rigid? It's always the same group of people. They look so friendly and formal. It's too boring." Was it boring? Not really. At least, Zhao Lu felt that these gatherings were quite successful. They supported each other, strengthened the network of relationships, created some opportunities for cooperation, and so on. Moreover, weren't gatherings of this nature usually like this? Or, to put it bluntly, did third Uncle Fang feel that these gatherings were not chaotic enough? "That's why I feel that your dad's story makes a lot of sense," Fang Xiaokong said with a smile as he moved the roly-poly toy with a cat print on the table. "Zhao Lu, that's not how you interpret it. That's definitely not what my dad meant." Zhao Lu emphasized again. What a joke. If something really went wrong and his father was to be blamed for it, wouldn't that be terrible? Actually, when Zhao Zhang told the story of the catfish effect, it was just a metaphor for Fang Xiaokong. He felt that Fang Xiaokong was the biggest catfish in the industry. Fang Xiaokong's new, strange, and unique views, actions, and habits had already invisibly stimulated the industry. Just like what old Master Zhao said, the third son of the Fang family was, to put it nicely, a genius. To put it bluntly, he was a freak. The same thing, the same story, but from a different perspective, the way to discover and solve the problem would be very different. Looking at the roly-poly toy on the table, Fang Xiaokong raised his arm and rubbed his neck. He then mentioned a few names of the people who were invited. Finally, he lamented, "The ups and downs of the world, talking and chatting. So boring." "Third uncle, there will be trouble," Zhao Lu said seriously. Thinking about the people who were invited, she felt a headache coming on. It was worse than what she had imagined. She hoped that it wouldn't be too chaotic when the time came. This wasn't just a problem with the Zhao family's black charcoal. Even without black charcoal, there wouldn't be peace. It won't. I have confidence in it. As for the topic of discussion between Third Master Fang and Zhao Lu, Zhang Tan, it lasted until Saturday under Zhao Ma's daily nagging. After breakfast and a short rest, Tong Qing, the driver entrusted by Fang Xiaokong with an important task, arrived on time. Zhang Tan still didn't wear the jacket and bow tie that Zhao Ma brought back. The cat tag was also placed into Pang's house. He jumped into the car through the open window, found a comfortable position in the back seat, and was then driven away. Just like what Fang Xiaokong said when introducing Tong Qing, the driver was mentally strong. But he was a little boring. He didn't talk while driving, and he didn't even play music. At most, he listened to the traffic radio. Even if he was curious about Zhang Tan, he put all his energy into driving. He drove steadily and conscientiously, unlike Celestine, who always had endless topics to talk about. The destination of this trip was a little far from Tsinghua University. It was a garden villa area developed by Shaoguang Group. In order to celebrate the completion of the first phase of the project, Fang Xiaokong invited some people over for a party. The person in charge of security and reception outside recognized Tong Qing and the car. He glanced inside and didn't see anyone in the car. He felt strange. His boss's car had arrived a long time ago. Why did Tong Qing drive here? But he didn't think too much about it. They had other tasks and couldn't take care of Tong Qing. After parking the car, Tong Qing didn't open the window. Instead, he got out of the car and opened the door for Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was a little excited. He didn't expect to be treated like this after becoming a cat. When he went out to play with Celestine, he basically jumped out of the car window. But after getting out of the car, Zhang Tan's excitement disappeared. There were some people standing around where the car was parked. Those people were observing every car that drove over, and then excitedly looked at the people who were rarely seen coming out of the car. Even if they were pets, they were rare pets. For example, the leopard cat that got out of the car before. That cat was not only eye-catching, but the cat tag on its neck was also studded with diamonds. But in comparison, the pair in front of them, driver, an ordinary driver, cat, a field cat, commonly known as a mongrel, and they didn't have any decorations to show their identity, not even a dazzling cat tag. Naked, they felt that their class had suddenly fallen into a mess. In their eyes, Zhang Tan could be described in a more elegant way. He was outside, but not wearing an inch of clothing. The meaning expressed in their eyes was, "What the F***ck? There's actually a shameless person over there." Those people felt that seeing such a cat in this kind of place was simply lowering their status. This kind of house cat that could be seen everywhere usually wandered outside. But coming to this kind of place was simply a disgrace to the owner. But even if they despised it, they didn't say anything rashly. Before they figured it out, even if they had their own opinions, they could still suppress it. Maybe some famous people liked to raise this kind of cat. In fact, Zhang Tan was also puzzled. Did evaluating a cat's value require things like a cat tag, a collar, and those special little clothes? Did wearing a cat suit and a bow tie mean that the cat was quite gentlemanly? Did wearing armor comparable to that of a golden saint show that it was mighty and majestic? F***ck your paws. I'm just like this, going into battle with light, pure natural, 100% original goods. Zhang Tan turned his head and lifted his feet to walk forward. Chapter 125. Zhang Tan did not want to pay attention to those senseless people, but it was impossible to say that he did not care at all. However, this was not the place to cause trouble. The occasion was not right. Many of the people who came today were well-known figures in Chuhua City. It was not that Zhang Tan was afraid of them, but it was mainly because with his current status it was better for him to suppress his emotions. Otherwise, not only would he cause trouble for the third Master Fong, but his Zhao family would also not have an easy time. Forget it. I'll just have to ask the third Master Fong for something to compensate me for this little bit of depression. Zhang Tan was not the kind of person who would not take advantage of the situation. As he thought about it, Zhang Tan walked forward. After a few steps, another luxury car drove over. It was long and imposing, and there were a few other cars following behind it. The people around no longer paid attention to Zhang Tan. They were all looking in that direction. Zhang Tan only glanced over curiously and saw an old acquaintance get out of the car. He did not expect Yi Hao to come here. After Yi Hao got out of the car, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he helped an old man out of the car. The old man had white hair and was wearing a tang suit. He held a walking stick and looked to be in good spirits. Zhang Tan felt that the old man did not need a walking stick to walk steadily. Zhang Tan moved his ears and heard some people whispering around him. There was some excitement in their words. Master Tang the Seventh? After looking at the old man again, Zhang Tan thought of the Monseigneur. That guy seemed to be riding on this old man's coattails. Not bad. This coattail could make the Monseigneur feel more at ease. Even if Yi Hao was not very willing at first, as long as the old man agreed, Yi Hao could not do anything about it. Just as he thought of Monseigneur, Zhang Tan saw the guy get out of the car. There was a cat tag hanging around his neck. He didn't know what it was made of, but he guessed that it wasn't just an ID tag, just like the access card that Zhang Tan usually wore. It might have some other function. However, even if the Monseigneur didn't wear any cat tags or other decorations, its appearance alone would give it a lot of points. At least the people standing around it wouldn't look at it as if it were an inferior product. Monseigneur also looked very cocky. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and walked like a cat. F***ck. That's Master Tang the Seventh, right? He was a big shot back in the day. What animal is that beside Master Tang the Seventh? A cat? Where did Master Tang the Seventh get this wild beast? I don't think I've seen this before. The one who came before also brought a big cat, but it was slightly smaller than this one. Why do I feel that this cat's gaze makes me panic? Me too. Is this the so-called murderous aura? No wonder it's Master Tang the Seventh's cat. It doesn't have the delicate feeling of those pet cats. It's so F***king cool. Zhang Tan listened to the discussions of those people. He pulled his ears, turned around, and continued walking. Monseigneur saw Zhang Tan when he walked out. He wagged his tail a few times, then looked at Master Tang the Seventh and Yi Hao. He still stayed at the side obediently. Whose cat is that? Master Tang the Seventh turned his head and asked Yi Hao. He also looked at the black cat. He couldn't be blamed for being curious. It was strange to see a cat with a bodyguard on such an occasion. Although many people thought that Tong Qing was just an ordinary driver, Master Tang the Seventh was an experienced man. He had sharp eyes. He couldn't see a cat, but he could see people. Yi Hao had a strange expression on his face. He moved closer to Master Tang the Seventh's ear and whispered a few words. Master Tang the Seventh's eyes flashed. He looked at the black cat that was walking steadily without looking back. So it's that cat. Just as he was about to call out to the black cat, Master Tang the Seventh heard someone call his name. He looked and saw that it was an old friend. He temporarily put aside Zhang Tan and started talking with another person who had just arrived. He walked slowly and walked further and further away from the black cat. Zhang Tan and Tong Qing were brought to their destination by the person in charge of leading the way. They glanced around. The greenery here was very good. There were long tables on the lawn with all kinds of food. There were mainly a few children and some young people here. As for the important people, they were probably talking indoors. It was just as Fang Xiaokong had said. There were many same species here. There were cats and dogs, and they were all rare breeds. For example, the leopard cat with the diamond-studded cat tag was specially served, and the Himalayan cat in the arms of the sexy mature woman. In comparison, Zhang Tan felt that he was really a country bumpkin. In addition to the cats, there were also some famous dogs. A few large dogs were brought by people. They were some distance away from here, but they kept eyeing this side. They were probably trained, so they didn't bark all the time. However, it looked like they would come over and bite the cats here if they had the chance. There was a puppy running around here. Although it was still young, it was already very big. It was at least bigger than Zhang Tan. It was just like the Saint Bernard that had just arrived at the Eastern Courtyard. It would definitely be big in the future. Unlike the Saint Bernard, this little guy was not docile. A big cat was lying on a chair next to it, teasing it. The little guy could not jump up, could only growl twice and bite the chair leg. Zhang Tan looked at the big cat lying on the chair. This pattern was quite similar to a leopard. However, its big ears were different from leopard and leopard cats. It was more like the serval cats on TV. However, was it okay to raise a serval cat in a big city in this country? Or was it a hybrid between serval cats and other cats? The latter was more likely. The big cat had a leather collar on its body. The leash was different from that of ordinary domestic cats. It was quite similar to the leash used to walk dogs. While Zhang Tan was walking downstairs, Fang Xiaokong was chatting with a few people in the villa not far away. Zhao Lu was also there. However, in terms of seniority, she was the younger generation. Most of the time, she just listened and did not take the initiative to speak. These people gathered together and did not talk about any business secrets. The most they talked about was their pets. Old Lu, I heard that you got a Tai Bao Jean some time ago. I saw that you brought a red mastiff here today. The third Master Fang said to one of them. Tai Bao Jean's cub was given away. I found myself a big red lion mastiff. Old Luing said, but it's still too young, so it's not that impressive. I heard that a lot of people use green dragon dogs to fool people. Old Lu, you have to pay more attention. A man in his 40s said, Hey, am I the kind of person who can be fooled? Old Lu glared. Right, Wang Bin. What kind of dog does your second uncle have? Fang Xiaokong turned to ask a young man in his 20s. It is a Shensi dog. My father's comrade gave it to him as a gift. It was not convenient to raise it, so he gave it to my second uncle. Now, my second uncle brings the dog with him when he is training the soldiers. The young man named Wang Bin replied with a smile. Oh, there are people raising Shensi dogs over there now. Old Lu smiled and did not comment. I have seen a few photos. The dog is always dirty. Does your second uncle let it roll around in the wild with his soldiers every day? Fang Xiaokong recalled the photos and asked doubtfully. Wang Bin shook his head. My second uncle said that he raised it for guard and hunting. It is normal for it to be dirty. It proves that it has been working hard and not slacking off. Not all dogs in chassis can hunt. Even if their parents are excellent hunting dogs, it's rare to have two puppies that are good enough to hunt. Old Lou sighed. He had also raised dogs in the past, but it ended in disappointment. Hey, why do you keep talking about dogs? Talk about cats. A fat, middle-aged man who had been sitting on the side smoking put out the cigarette but in the ashtray and said, Men still prefer dogs. What is so good about raising cats? They are squeamish, bad-tempered, and not loyal enough. Old Lou snorted. Big cats are good. I once went on a business trip. There was a dog-fighting ring where people bet on dogs. I was lucky that day and saw a good show. A ferocious cat killed a pit bull. How was it? Surprised? What's the use of saying this? No matter how powerful that big cat is, can you raise it openly or what? Old Lou attacked him. Although it was definitely possible to raise it with some means, it was better not to go too far. It was better to be low-key when it was necessary. That's why I took a step back. Come, let me show you. The fat middle-aged man called them to the balcony and pointed to the big cat that was lying on the chair leisurely playing with the dog at the long table below. He said proudly, How is it? Beautiful, right? Majestic, right? Old Lou, look at your puppy. It is not as majestic as a lion-head mastiff. Old Lou's face was not very good. He snorted again. You want to try it when my lion-head mastiff grows up? My cat is not stupid. It is flexible enough. Dogs can't jump high and can't climb trees. The fat, middle-aged man's voice was a little light. Obviously, he was very proud now. He and Old Lou had some conflicts because of the previous projects, so he would not let go of the opportunity to attack him. Old Lou's face darkened, but he suddenly thought of something and said, Your cat is indeed bigger than a normal cat, but let me put it this way. In terms of combat power, in our Chuhua city, your cat can only be ranked third at most. Third? The fat, middle-aged man's tone was not very good. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the third place. Although his cat was not as good as the big cats in the dogfighting ring in Chuhua city, among the pet cats, it should be at least second, if not first, right? Third. I have seen Nye 19's big cat. Your cat is certainly not as good as Nye 19's, but I also heard that Nye 19's big cat was defeated by Master Tang the Seventh's cat. Although I have not seen Master Tang the Seventh's big cat, in terms of first place, Master Tang the Seventh's cat is definitely first, and Nye 19's cat is second. As for your cat, haha. Fang Xiaokong stood next to them and lit a cigarette. He listened to their conversation with a smile on his face. After seeing the situation below, he stopped smoking for a moment, but then returned to normal. He ignored Zhao Lu, who was looking at him from the side. Zhao Lu was just going to look at the so-called big cat, but the first thing she saw was the black cat that was wandering around casually. Before she could smile, she saw the big cat that was lying there playing with the dog jump on the long table, staring in the direction of the black cat, and quietly approaching it. Zhao Li's heart suddenly tightened. She wanted to ask Fang Xiaokong to come forward and stop it. After all, in this place, her voice was definitely not as effective as Fang Xiaokong's. The fat, middle-aged man, who was about to argue with Old Lou, also stopped talking. He saw that his big cat was preparing to hunt. He knew his big cat too well. He knew what it wanted to do with one move. At this moment, its behavior was obviously to teach its prey a lesson that was ruthless enough. As for the prey that it had set its eyes on, even if it did not die or become disabled, it was inevitable that its muscles and bones would bleed and lose some meat. Just wait and see. I will open your eyes. The fat, middle-aged man's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He had been looking for an opportunity to let his big cat show off its power for a long time, but he did not expect one to come to him now. As for the black cat, it did not look special. He did not know which idiot raised it. Even if it was bitten to death, it would not be a big deal. Some people below were also waiting to see a good show. A few people looked in the direction of their boss. Seeing that the boss did not have any special instructions, they just let them be. Tong Qing had already noticed the abnormality of the people around him. He slightly turned his head and saw the big cat quietly approaching on the long table. He frowned and looked at the black cat in front of him, wondering if he should remind it. But this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was fine if it was a person, but when it came to a cat, he could not make a decision. He was not sure if this was the way cats dealt with other cats, or if it was a threatening attack. Forget it. Let's see the situation first. If it really is a threatening attack, then I can help. After Tong Qing thought about it, he paid attention to the big cat and the black cat in front of him. When the big cat was approaching quickly, the people around it did not hear it at all. It jumped over the dishes dragged to the edge of the table by the children and dodged a ping-pong ball thrown by a child. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Every time it paused, it paid attention to the situation of its prey, ready to hide or pounce at any time. Standing on the balcony, the fat middle-aged man had a confident smile on his face. He believed that the big cat with the serval's bloodline had inherited the serval's ambush ability and high hunting success rate. Coupled with his intentional training, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with such a small domestic cat. In the expectation of many people, the big cat finally moved. It jumped down from the long table and pounced on Zhang Tan, who was not far from the long table. At first, Zhang Tan did not notice the big cat. He was looking at the surrounding scenery. However, he soon sensed that something was wrong and twitched his ears. The big cat's footsteps were very light, and it was difficult to distinguish between the people talking and the barking of dogs. But Zhang Tan could hear the discussion around him and knew that he was being watched. What the F***CK? Before Zhang Tan could turn around, the big cat had already pounced on him. Zhang Tan's reaction was also fast. Now that his senses were much sharper, he had a strong premonition of danger. Perhaps other people would only see a big cat preparing to ambush an ordinary house cat. It was normal for cats to fight, and it would be over after a bit of noise. It wasn't a big deal. But Zhang Tan could feel the danger. The other party obviously did not intend to play the so-called friendly game between cats, but a real ambush. It was an ambush with killing power. Zhang Tan dodged and jumped away. As he jumped, he slapped the big cat. Zhang Tan was a little depressed, and he felt the malice from the big cat. He did not use much strength and slapped it with his paw. Bang! 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 The big cat had just jumped down from the long table when it was slapped again. It knocked over many bowls, plates, and cups on the table. Fang Xiaokong, who was standing on the balcony of the villa and looking over, blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, "Oh, fourth place." Chapter 126. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't accept it for a while. Before Zhang Tan arrived, the big cat had been showing off for quite a while. The other cats, who were more delicate, had stayed far away from it, not daring to get close. The big leopard cat's domineering aura was very strong. Only the little lion-headed mastiff persistently went up to bite it. But now, the big leopard cat was slapped to the side by a black cat that was obviously smaller than it. It was a clean slap. It was a godlike turn of events. The contrast was too big, and the obvious size difference in front of them made everyone feel like they were watching a child slap an adult. It was weird no matter how they looked at it. Because of the cover of the tablecloth, Zhang Tan couldn't see the big cat that rolled to the other side of the table. He could only rely on his hearing to identify the situation over there. He felt that the big cat didn't seem to have any intention of coming over. Zhang Tan didn't use all his strength in the slap just now. If he used all his strength, the big cat would probably die on the spot. After the big cat rolled off the table, it got up. It seemed to be a little dizzy and staggered a few times before standing firm. He didn't know if its bones were broken, but it certainly didn't want to trouble Zhang Tan again. After looking around, Zhang Tan felt that there was nothing interesting, so he prepared to leave and find a quiet place to sleep. On the balcony of the villa, compared to Fang Xiaokong's leisure, old Lu's gloating, and other people's surprise, the fat middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Especially Fang Xiaokong's seemingly casual words, it directly hit the nail on the head. Not to mention the third place, even the fourth place would be doubted. Didn't you see that he couldn't even handle a small house cat? That cat was weird. This was the unanimous opinion of everyone present, but they wouldn't think that it was supernatural. They boasted that they were knowledgeable people and had seen a lot of strange things. Now, they were just wondering if the black cat was a precious breed and looked like an ordinary field cat. That's actually a Bombay cat, right? Or a mutated breed of Bombay cat? Someone asked doubtfully. Judging from its size, although the black cat is a little bigger than some domestic cats, the shape of its face is not right. It doesn't look like a little black panther. Someone who thought he knew cats better answered. Let's take a step back. Even if it's a Bombay cat, which is smaller in comparison, it can't slap the big cat like that, right? But then again, cats are different from dogs. They look the same, but there's a big difference between them, Old Lou said with a smile. He didn't care what breed the black cat was, and he didn't care if it could really send a cat that was a size bigger than itself flying. Anyway, Old Lou was happy to see the owner of the big cat being defeated. Who does that black cat belong to? Someone asked. Regarding this cat, which was considered to be one of the top 3 cats in Chuhua City, some people had already begun to have ideas in their hearts. They didn't necessarily like cats that much. They just wanted to show off. If they could raise a cat like this, they would be able to brag about it in the future. I remember that the person standing next to the black cat was driving Fong Sen a few days ago, said a person who had been standing at the side who had not spoken much. What? That cat belongs to Fong Xiaokong? The group of people looked at Fong Xiaokong. Their expressions changed. After 2 seconds of silence, they said, "No wonder." No one said specifically what no wonder they were talking about. Third Master Fong was a freak. It was normal for him to raise a freak cat. Fong Xiaokong just calmly smoked his cigarette. He didn't refute the people's words. He just chuckled a few times. Zhao Lu understood Fong Xiaokong's silent behavior. It was actually a way to protect himself. If these people knew that the owner of the black cat was someone else, they would still continue to plot against it. They might even use some more extreme methods. But if it was Fong Xiaokong, they would have to put away those thoughts. Even if it was a little special, a cat was still a cat. They didn't want to provoke a freak like Fong Xiaokong for a cat. "Hey, what's that?" someone exclaimed. Looking in the direction that the person pointed, the crowd saw Master Tang the Seventh and his group walking over. I didn't expect Master Tang the Seventh to come over. It's rare to see this old man in recent years. He knows how to restrain himself. The older he gets, the more cunning he gets. Zhao Lu stood at the side. She didn't care much about what the people around her said about Master Tang the Seventh. She only knew a little about Master Tang the Seventh's past. She didn't interact with many people over there, so she didn't know much about them. However, her main focus was not on Master Tang the Seventh, but the big cat next to him. The big cat that the people around her were talking about was smaller than the one next to Master Tang the Seventh. In addition, this cat had long fur. It was very impressive, so the first impression it gave off was much greater. Even Old Lou, who had never been interested in cats, couldn't take his eyes off it. "Old Lou, is that the cat you said was ranked first in combat?" someone asked. "Yes, it should be this one." This was the first time Old Lou had seen it with his own eyes. If not for my good eyesight, I might have mistaken it for a dog. This cat was like a lion mastiff among dogs. Compared to other domestic cats, it was large enough. Its long fur was smooth and shiny, and its every move was as cold and deep as a large wild cat. There was no curiosity in the cat's eyes. It didn't show any violent reaction to the tempting food or the people and animals running around it. Its big ears twitched from time to time as it vigilantly observed its surroundings. Its tail drooped in an arc, just like a leopard patrolling its territory. It was wild, or perhaps it contained something else, such as a murderous nature. Although Old Lou wasn't interested in cats, he had to admit that this cat was indeed very powerful. Its aura alone was much stronger than the leopard cat from before. It was no wonder that Nye 19's cat had been defeated by its claws. Old Lou looked at the black cat that was walking back to the table, then looked at the Monseigneur who was approaching with Master Tang the Seventh and his group. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Interesting. The former had just sent a big cat flying, and the latter didn't look like one to be trifled with. What kind of sparks would fly when the two met? As soon as Master Tang the Seventh and his group appeared, the crowd immediately forgot about Zheng Tan sending the leopard cat flying. Master Tang the Seventh's status and seniority were obvious, and the Monseigneur beside him was too eye-catching and eye-catching. Some of them had similar thoughts as old Lu. They were waiting to watch a good show. How would the two cats fight when they met? As for Master Tang the Seventh himself, although he wanted to maintain an indifferent attitude, there were still a few more wrinkles on his old face. He knew that bringing the Monseigneur out would make him look good. How cool! Feng Xiaokong, what are the odds of your cat winning against Master Tang the Seventh's? Old Lu looked at Feng Xiaokong and asked. I don't know. Feng Xiaokong accurately threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray. He put his hands on the railing and looked down. I'm just a little worried. Hey, if you're worried, then hurry up and take your cat away. Otherwise, it'll be bad if it gets hit. I heard that Master Tang the Seventh's cat is very fierce. It might not be worse than those wild feral caracal cats. Although old Lu was worried about Feng Xiaokong's cat, he looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. But at the same time, old Lu also realized that although Feng Xiaokong said he was worried, he didn't look worried at all. Feng San, it's not that I want to say this, but it wasn't easy to get a cat like this. You have to keep an eye on it. If it gets hurt or disabled, it'll be a great loss, someone else said in a serious tone. Feng Xiaokong grunted, then said slowly, I'm not worried about the cat. I'm worried about your little lion-headed mastiff. As he said this, Feng Xiaokong looked over and pouted. That little guy seems to be very excited. Old Lu was shocked and quickly looked at his precious lion-headed mastiff. He was so focused on Master Tang the Seventh's cat that he didn't pay attention to his dog. Now that he looked over, he saw his little puppy fearlessly moving over and making immature growls. Unlike when it was facing the big leopard cat, when it faced the Monseigneur, the little puppy kept a distance from him and didn't directly attack him. Obviously, it felt the dangerous aura of the Monseigneur. No matter how brave it was, it still had some sense of danger. Old Lu couldn't say anything at this time. He felt that if he did, he would be in a disadvantageous position and would be looked down upon by the people present. However, he also felt sorry for his puppy. If it was an adult lion-headed mastiff, it would be fine, but now it was just a puppy. Couldn't even beat the leopard cat, let alone this one. Although he couldn't say anything, old Lu still hurriedly signaled to his subordinates, just in case. Zhang Tan was about to leave, but when he saw this scene, he stopped and waited to see what would happen next. He wanted to see how the Monseigneur would react. It had to be said that the puppy was indeed very brave. The lion-headed mastiff puppy barked a few times at the Monseigneur. The Monseigneur was probably annoyed. He bared his teeth at the puppy, revealing fangs that were longer than those of other cats. He looked much more ferocious. The puppy paused for a moment, then barked even louder. Seeing that baring his teeth was useless, the Monseigneur took 2 steps forward. If the puppy continued to make noise, he wouldn't mind giving it a few paws. When the Monseigneur moved, the nerves of the group of onlookers also collapsed. Old Lu's 2 subordinates stood not far away, their palms sweaty. If they really started to fight, looking at the size and momentum of the cat, they didn't know how badly they would be scratched. However, even if they were scratched, they had to protect the puppy. After all, the puppy was the boss favorite. Seeing that the Monseigneur moved, the puppy took a few steps back. When the Monseigneur stopped, the puppy also stopped and continued to bark. At this time, a ping-pong ball was thrown at the Monseigneur, but the Monseigneur noticed it and dodged it. The ping-pong ball didn't hit the target. It flew over the Monseigneur, hit the building next to it, and fell into the flower bed. Other than the puppy in front of him, there were also some other daring kids. Zhang Tan looked in the direction where the ping-pong ball was thrown. There was a little kid who was about to throw a second ping-pong ball, but was stopped by his mother. If he continued to throw it, wouldn't he be attracting hatred? He definitely couldn't attract the attention of Master Tang the Seventh's big cat. However, at the same time, Zhang Tan also felt that the Monseigneur was much more aggressive, and the puppy was still barking at it fearlessly. It was really looking for trouble. Just as Zhang Tan finished lamenting, the Monseigneur moved. This time, he didn't take 2 steps as a warning. Instead, he walked straight towards the puppy. Although he didn't make a direct and quick attack, his posture meant that he couldn't hold back anymore. Moreover, he gave people a strong sense of oppression, even though he was just a big cat. Many of the people close to him were more experienced bodyguards, and they could clearly feel the indescribable chill. Because of this, their evaluation of Master Tang the Seventh's cat increased by several levels. As the Monseigneur approached, the puppy retreated step by step. 5 meters away, 2 people were ready to rescue it. They were also familiar with the puppy. Usually, when old Lu took the puppy with him, they were also around to protect him. Therefore, if the puppy was smart, it would definitely run in that direction. However, to everyone's surprise, the puppy didn't run in the direction of the 2 people. At first, it was barking as it retreated, but when it saw the Monseigneur approaching, it turned around and ran towards Zhang Tan. When it was 2 steps away from Zhang Tan, it paused and looked at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan, why the F***ck are you looking at me for? The puppy wagged its tail and slowly moved towards Zhang Tan. When it got closer, it turned around and continued barking at the Monseigneur. The people watching from the balcony joked, "Old Lu, is your lion-headed mastiff's father a cat? Yeah, don't people look for their father if they can't beat them? Why didn't your lion-headed mastiff look for anyone but that black cat?" Another person chimed in. A dog relying on a cat's power? This was the first time they had seen such a thing. The few of them looked at it curiously. Fang Xiaokong looked over and thought, Black Charcoal has good relationships with people, cats, and dogs, especially with puppies. Thinking back to when he saw this black cat with 3 puppies in the south, Fang Xiaokong couldn't help but smile. Some people were also excited by the current situation and were waiting for the 2 cats to start a PK battle. Unexpectedly, the Monseigneur wagged its tail twice, ignored the puppies, and walked steadily back to Master Tang the Seventh's side. "Hey, why aren't they fighting?" someone asked curiously. Look at the 2 cats' reactions. Fang Xiaokong, do they know each other? Someone asked Fang Xiaokong. "Oh, they know each other," Fang Xiaokong said as he turned around, yawned, and stretched his arms. Everyone. This matter-of-fact tone was asking for a beating. F***ck. If they knew each other, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you messing with us? The group of people was waiting to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that the only person watching the show was the 3rd Master Fang. Since Master Tang the Seventh was here, Fang Xiaokong also went downstairs to welcome him. After all, Master Tang the Seventh was considered the older generation. Since he was here in person, Fang Xiaokong had to be courteous. The others followed Fang Xiaokong downstairs. Although Master Tang the Seventh was much more restrained now, his claws were still sharp and couldn't be underestimated. Everyone had to give him some face. After exchanging greetings with Master Tang the Seventh, Fang Xiaokong asked Zhang Tan to follow him in. Chapter 127. Seeing Zhang Tan follow Fang Xiaokong into the house, Master Tang the Seventh originally wanted to leave the Monseigneur outside, but after some thought, he decided to bring him along. As for the gutsy puppy, it also ran into the house. This time, it was quite obedient and followed beside Old Lu's leg. Old Lu looked a little better on the surface. At least the puppy did not run away with the cat. Otherwise, he would have become a laughingstock again. If these people used today's incident to poke fun at Old Lu every time, Old Lu would probably have to send the dog away or never bring it out again. For them, face was very important. Moreover, this puppy had not been with them for long and they had not developed a deep relationship. If they really sent it away, Old Lu would not be too reluctant. At most, he would feel that it was a pity. The puppy had no idea that its owner's impression of it was in danger. It naively followed Old Lu into the house. When it climbed the stairs, it missed a step and almost fell down. Fortunately, there were not many people who saw this scene. Everyone's attention was on Master Tang the Seventh's big cat. Zhang Tan did not hear Old Lu call the puppy's name. Even now, he did not know what the puppy's name was. After following them to the 2nd floor, the people there were already seated. Zhang Tan looked around and saw Zhao Lu waving at him. He ran over and lay on Zhao Li's leg. Since he could not find a suitable place, he decided to lie on Zhao Li's leg for a while. Fang Xiaokong also waved. As for why Zhang Tan was lying on Zhao Li's leg instead of Fang Xiaokong's, Did it need to be explained? The Monseigneur lay down beside Master Tang the Seventh's chair. His two front paws were stretched out and crossed. Coupled with the aura it exuded, it made everyone feel that this cat indeed had the demeanor of a superior. In comparison, Zhang Tan was much more casual. He was no different from an ordinary house cat. Zhao Lu even took out a comb from his bag to smooth Zhang Tan's fur. He looked just like a harmless house cat. If the crowd had not seen with their own eyes how this cat neatly slapped a cat that was twice its size to the side, they would not have noticed anything special about this cat. Everyone looked at the black cat lying on Zhao Li's leg and then looked at the Monseigneur, lying there in a dignified manner. They could not help but think, cats are really strange creatures. Unlike Zhang Tan and the Monseigneur who were well behaved, the puppy could not stay still. It was probably teething and wanted to grind its teeth, so it bit at the chair leg of the chair old Lu was sitting. However, not long after Zhang Tan lay there, he felt a gaze fixed on him. Looking up, Zhang Tan saw a fat middle-aged man. The man's gaze was complicated, and the content of his gaze was not very good. Zhang Tan felt that this guy was silently criticizing him. He originally wanted to ignore him, but being stared at like this made Zhang Tan feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. If this continued, Zhang Tan was not sure if he would go up and give him a few kicks. Zhang Tan could distinguish between good and bad intentions. The fat man was probably scolding him in his heart. Zhang Tan remembered that there was a teacher in the eastern courtyard who was also very fat, but he treated people very well. Zhang Tan had a good impression of that fat teacher. Say, they were both fat men. Couldn't this person in front of him be fatter and prettier? Fang Xiaokong and the others were chatting, but Zhang Tan was not interested in the content of their conversation. This atmosphere that seemed to be harmonious but actually had a hidden agenda made him feel depressed. Jumping down from Fang Xiaokong's lap, Zhang Tan looked at Fang Xiaokong, then walked out of the door. Fang Xiaokong saw this and did not say anything, meaning to let him do as he pleased. The others just smiled. If the owner did not have any objections, why should they have any objections? The Monseigneur looked at Zhang Tan, then continued to lie there obediently. However, the puppy could not stay there any longer. It looked at old Lu, then at the black cat that had already walked out of the door. It moved a few steps in that direction, looked at old Lu, then moved a few more steps in the direction of the door. Old Lu could not stand it anymore. He whispered a few words to the person behind him, then took the puppy out. As soon as it got permission, the puppy started to chase after the black cat that was gradually walking away. It was jumping happily. Tong Qing was still following Zhang Tan. However, after he followed out, someone came over and whispered a few words to Tong Qing. Tong Qing was a little surprised, but then nodded. I know. That person was one of Fang Xiaokong's important assistants. In fact, although the assistant in charge of passing the message did not show it on his face, he might not have been calm inside. However, sometimes it was better not to ask too many questions. Just do your job according to the boss's instructions. After Zhang Tan came out of the room, he walked around the second floor and did not find any listening devices. Although the third Master Fang did not seem reliable, he was still worthy of recognition. Moreover, the people who came today had special identities. No one would like to have a surveillance camera pointed at them. The second floor was boring. Zhang Tan remembered that there was a backyard on the first floor. Before he went upstairs, he just glanced at it casually and did not pay much attention to it. Now he decided to walk around. The puppy followed Zhang Tan downstairs. It was probably too excited and rushed down the stairs. When there were only a few steps left, it missed a step and rolled down. However, it had thick fur and a good physique. After it rolled down, it did not make a sound. When it got up, it was still in good spirits. Zhang Tan looked around. Fortunately, the big shots inside did not see it. Otherwise, the puppy would definitely be laughed at. Many people in the room did not see the scene where Zhang Tan slapped the guy with the pedigree of the cattail cat to the side. Therefore, they did not know about Zhang Tan's special and lethality. They did not have much vigilance against this seemingly ordinary cat. At this time, Zhang Tan had his own advantages. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary house cat. If he rolled around on the ground and walked around, people would definitely think that he was a stray cat. If people wanted to guard against such cats, it was at most to prevent them from stealing food. However, people would definitely be more vigilant against cats like Lord Jew and the big leopard cat that looked very much like a serval. They were so lethal that people couldn't help but pay attention to them. It was almost impossible for them to hide their true strength and play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. However, Monseigneur did not mean to hide. As soon as they appeared, they showed the posture of a king. Even if they were not domineering, they could still control the situation. Different types led to different lifestyles. But then again, Zhang Tan still preferred his current ordinary-looking appearance. He did not intend to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. He just felt that this way he would have more freedom and enjoy some things that he had neglected in the past. Muddling through life, laughing and passing. This kind of thinking was absolutely impossible for Zhang Tan when he was still in human form. Some flowers and evergreen plants were planted in the back garden of the villa. Even in autumn, there was no sense of desolation. However, Zhang Tan was not in a good mood because of the beautiful scenery in the back garden. The reason was that when he walked to the back door, he saw a little kid playing with a model car in the garden. He looked a few years younger than little Pomelo, probably about 6 or 7 years old. Zhang Tan often heard Jiao Ma talk about things. Because Zhang Tan was the cat in the Jiao family, the adults in the Jiao family would also pay attention to other families with cats. These things became a topic of discussion after meals. It was said that those children were active, curious, and bold. They did not have a strong sense of responsibility and did not have a strong sense of right and wrong. When the adults did not deliberately teach them to care for animals, these little kids could pull their cats and dogs by their tails and swing them around. However, once they stretched out their claws to fight back and scratched or bit the children, the owner would beat them up. Or they would lose their meals for a few days. In Jiaopa's hometown, there was a saying that went, 3 or 4 years old are disliked by people, 5 or 6 years old are disliked by dogs. This saying was not without reason. Therefore, except for a few children that he was familiar with, Zhang Tan had always been avoiding children of this age. He would not be in a good mood when he saw this kind of children, especially boys. Boys were even more naughty. Therefore, when Zhang Tan arrived at the door and saw the people in the back garden, he immediately turned around and left. Before Zhang Tan took a few steps, Tong Qing suddenly spoke. Black charcoal, you need to go to the bathroom, right? Come, I'll take you there. Tong Qing waved at Zhang Tan, indicating that Zhang Tan should follow him. Zhang Tan was puzzled. When did he show that he wanted to pee or poop? However, going to the bathroom was not a bad idea. If he really wanted to poop, he could still poop. Zhang Tan was prepared to find a flower bed to relieve himself if he needed to pee and could not find a bathroom. Tong Qing thought that he would need to spend some time talking, but he did not expect that the cat would really follow him. When they arrived at the bathroom, Tong Qing closed the door and locked it after seeing the cat come in. The bathroom was soundproof, so even if they talked about something confidential, they did not have to worry about it being overheard by people outside. This was what the assistant had told Tong Qing. Ever since he came into contact with the black cat, Tong Qing felt all kinds of strange and subversive feelings. As a pet, it should act like a pet. For example, the puppy just now, even if it was a lion-headed mastiff, it was still just a pet. Moreover, it was so small now. Other than its name and some commands that appeared more frequently, it did not understand anything else. When the people next to it talked, it played by itself, praised it or belittled it, but it was indifferent and still chewed on the branches happily. But what about the cat in front of him? If you scolded it, it would stare at you for a long time, making you feel uncomfortable. Tong Qing really did not understand. Could it be that all cats were like this? Strange, unpredictable, and occasionally revealing a bit of evil? Perhaps this was why many people did not like cats. No matter what, Tong Qing just needed to follow his boss's instructions and pass on the message. After closing the door, Tong Qing turned around and prepared to pass on the message. But when Tong Qing turned around, he swallowed the words that he was about to say. On the toilet, the black cat was squatting on the edge, peeing inside. After it was done, it shook twice comfortably and then pressed the button to flush the toilet. It jumped onto the sink to wash its paws and took a piece of tissue to wipe its fur. Next to the sink was the hand dryer. The black cat stood on the edge of the sink and put its paws on the hand dryer. After drying, it looked at the mirror and brushed the short fur on its head. Tong Qing was speechless. His view of cats was subverted again. Chapter 128. Since it was someone arranged by Fang Xiaokong, Zhang Tan didn't plan to hide too much. Moreover, according to Fang Xiaokong, there would be more opportunities to interact with this person in the future. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. Therefore, Zhang Tan didn't want to deliberately act like an ordinary cat in front of Tong Qing. When he was brushing the short fur on his head, Zhang Tan observed Tong Qing's expression in the mirror. This person was usually too quiet and didn't say anything. However, the change in his expression just now made Zhang Tan laugh. Fortunately, Tong Qing's heart was strong enough, so he didn't have too much psychological trauma like Ran Qi. After a while, he recovered. After Zhang Tan finished looking in the mirror, he turned around and looked at Tong Qing, waiting for him to continue. Zhang Tan wasn't stupid. From the moment he entered the toilet, he had been paying attention to Tong Qing's movements. It seemed that the third Master Fang had something to tell him. Tong Qing took a deep breath to calm himself down. Although it was a bit awkward to take a deep breath in a place like the toilet, it was nothing compared to the shock just now. The black cat in front of him was squatting on the sink and looking at him calmly. It seemed to know that he had something to say. Tong Qing took another deep breath and prepared himself mentally. Then he said, "The kid in the backyard is called Lu Yao. He is Mr. Lu's son. The boss said that if you play with the kid, you might be able to get a big deal for your cat dad's company." Zhang Tan listened to Tong Qing's words and pondered. His tail, which was originally tucked into his paws, began to unconsciously shake twice. That Mr. Lu? Zhang Tan recalled that when he was upstairs, although he didn't hear much of the conversation, he could still distinguish a few people. The Mr. Lu mentioned by Tong Qing was the owner of the puppy, and he didn't mean any harm to him. Since it was related to him, Zhang Tan had to think more. Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi's company. Zhang Tan had never been to their company. It was said that it was slowly growing and wasn't as difficult as it was at the beginning. However, in Chuhua City it was still an unknown small company. Its reputation was limited to a few universities and a few companies that had business dealings with them. It was far from the businesses of the big shots he met today. If he could help with a big deal, Jiao Pa could get more dividends, and the Jiao family could have more savings. This would determine the quality of his life in the future. As he spoke, he observed the cat in front of him. He saw that the black cat in front of him had its head slightly lowered, but its ears were erect and the tip of its tail was moving rhythmically. It looked like it was thinking of something. What a strange cat. No wonder the boss told them to get straight to the point and not to care about anything else. Other than telling Zhang Tan that he could indirectly attract business, Tong Qing also analyzed the factors behind it with Zhang Tan, according to Fang Xiaokong's idea. Businessmen like Old Lu were all very smart. Even if they could do business in theory, why would they give a big deal to a small company that they didn't know? The key was the child in the backyard. Although Old Lu was almost 40 years old, he only had one son who was only 6 years old. It was just that Old Lu didn't know that he had a son when he was out and about. Lu Yao's mother just sent the child to him last year. Because she was short of money, she exchanged her son for some money and left. Due to the low sperm survival rate, even though Old Lu had been receiving treatment, physical therapy and psychotherapy had no effect. He thought of many ways but still couldn't create a human. He didn't have much hope at first, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. After the DNA test was confirmed to be his, Old Lu was excited and treated Lu Yao like a treasure. Unfortunately, probably because of Lu Yao's unreliable mother, the child's personality was a little gloomy. He didn't talk much and didn't like to communicate with people. Even animals avoided him when they saw him. Why did Old Lu give away the iron-wrapped golden Tibetan Mastiff that he worked so hard to get? It was because the Tibetan Mastiff avoided Lu Yao or growled in warning. It was true that Old Lu liked dogs, but his son was more important. Moreover, he had only had one son for so many years, and he treasured him a lot. He couldn't let his son be unhappy because of a dog, so he gave the iron bag gold to someone else and got this lion-head red mastiff. After Tong Qing finished speaking, Zhang Tan's first thought was that Fang Xiaokong even knew about Fang Xiaokong's secret. He couldn't help but sigh at Fang Xiaokong's methods. His second thought was, damn, do I have to sacrifice my body to please this naughty kid? Will he pluck my hair, pull my tail, and scratch my ears? If that was the case, Zhang Tan wouldn't go there even if he was beaten to death. Anyway, Yuan Zi's company wouldn't go bankrupt because of the lack of such a potential big customer. At the door, there was an intermittent sound of scratching the door. It was the dog that was locked outside. It didn't whine because it was wronged or unhappy like other dogs. It directly expressed its will with actions, scratching and biting the door. The people that old Lu sent to look after the dog were embarrassed. This dog was so King embarrassing. How could it be a Tibetan Mastiff? Seeing that it was scratching the door, they dragged the dog back. But not long after, the dog went to the door and started scratching again. Kept going back and forth, not giving up. Old Lu's subordinates couldn't help but want to kick the dog. Seeing that the dog continued to run to the toilet door, Old Lu's subordinates were about to drag the dog away again. This little guy, except for Old Lu, would bite others. So, they couldn't hurt the dog, but they also had to prevent themselves from being bitten by the dog. It wasn't easy being a subordinate. Just as this person bent down to find a better angle to drag the dog away, the toilet door opened. Then, Tong Qing, who was standing inside, looked at the person at the door as if he was looking at a pervert. Old Lu's subordinates couldn't help but want to vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. With this posture, people who didn't know better would think that they had some weird habit of staring at the toilet. Tong Qing listened to the man's explanation expressionlessly. He didn't express any opinions and followed the black cat that had already walked to the backyard. Old Lu's subordinates didn't know if the other party listened to his explanation, but he didn't think too much about it, because the dog had already run away with the other party. Zhang Tan came to the backyard. The child named Lu Yao was still playing with the toy car alone as before. When he noticed that a stranger had walked into the backyard, he raised his head and glanced at Zhang Tan. His gaze lingered on Zhang Tan for 2 more seconds, and then he continued to focus on the toy car. Even though the child had only looked at her for a short while, Zhang Tan could still tell that something was wrong from that glance. Gloomy was gloomy, and there was also a hint of hostility. Perhaps it was because of this gloomy and hostile aura that some more sensitive animals avoided Lu Yao. Zhang Tan had seen Exian and the others who had just finished an autopsy experiment. The few cats and pet dogs around them avoided them when they saw them. Zhang Tan thought that those who didn't run away were all thick-skinned and didn't notice the faint coldness that had yet to dissipate. It was just like when the Jiao Pa taught Zhang Tan how to kill rats. Old Lu's ironclad Tibetan Mastiff should have also noticed the gloomy and hostile aura around the child, so it was wary of him. As for the lion-headed Mastiff now, it seemed to belong to the thick-skinned type. People who knew dogs well would definitely be able to tell whether the ironclad Tibetan Mastiff or the lion-headed Mastiff was better or worse. Just because it looked good didn't mean that everything was good. Even the lion-headed Mastiff had this kind of stupid dog. But at the same time, it was precisely because of this that the lion-headed Mastiff was kept until now. Although it didn't appear to be very close to the child, as long as it could occasionally play with the child, it would be fine. If it was like the previous ironclad Tibetan Mastiff, it wouldn't be far from being abandoned. Other than its appearance, the current lion-headed Mastiff probably couldn't compare to the ironclad Tibetan Mastiff that old Lu had before. However, the paparazzo was still young, and it was hard to say what it would become in the future. It was said that Tibetan Mastiffs only recognize one master in their lifetime, and the puppy had just been brought here not long ago. It was just unknown whether this paparazzo would recognize old Lu or little Lu as its master in the future. A Tibetan Mastiff like this one didn't grow up in the highlands and didn't have much exposure to the wild. It was a pet dog in a big city and played with people all day long. How much fighting power would it have in the end? Who cares? As long as it could guard against thieves and protect people, it was a good dog. Its fighting power was weak, and its intelligence was just a little bit lower. Zhang Tan didn't have the time to worry about that. Not far from Lu Yao stood a very gentle-looking young woman. She should be old Lu's current wife. No matter what the woman really thought of Lu Yao, she had to pretend to be a kind mother in front of others. Occasionally, This Mrs. Lu would remind Lu Yao to be careful not to be scratched by the branches around him, or ask if he was cold. Lu Yao didn't respond, as if he didn't hear anything, and continued to control his toy car with the remote control. Seeing Tong Qing and Zhang Tan enter the yard, Mrs. Lu only glanced at them in surprise, and then her gaze fell on the person behind Tong Qing. One of old Lu's subordinates walked over and explained in a low voice. Mrs. Lu nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. In fact, Mrs. Lu was quite impatient. At this time, she should be at the front lawn interacting with the other women. That way, she could increase her popularity in the circle. But Lu Yao was here, and thinking of old Lu's instructions, she couldn't just leave Lu Yao. She stood there with a smile on her face and asked about Lu Yao's well-being. Lu Yao controlled the toy car to hit her feet. Even if it hurt, she couldn't say anything. Seeing people in the backyard, Mrs. Lu moved her stiff legs, smiled at the puppy and shouted, "Steamed bun. Come here." Steamed bun? Zhang Tan looked at the puppy. Who came up with this name? It was okay when it was young, but now that it had grown up, it was powerful and domineering. It was so embarrassing to be called steamed bun by an acquaintance on the street. No matter how powerful it was, this name made it seem small and delicate. Look at Monseigneur. It sounded much more high-end. Some people who studied this topic could probably write a thesis on this topic, such as the importance of names. As for steamed bun, who had just picked up a branch to grind his teeth, he turned his head when he heard someone calling him. He was still chewing on the branch in his mouth. He looked at Mrs. Lu for 2 seconds, then turned his head back and continued chewing on the branch seriously. Zhang Tan was looking at Mrs. Lu's stiff smile with great interest when he suddenly heard the sound of a rapidly approaching car. Lu Yao's toy car was heading towards Zhang Tan. Tong Qing was just about to make a move, but when he thought of the situation at the long table outside, he stopped. Zhang Tan didn't panic at the approaching toy car. He raised his paw and prepared to stop it. With his ability, it was more than enough to deal with a toy car. But he didn't expect the toy car to suddenly stop not too far away from him. Could it be that this brat just wanted to scare him? Zhang Tan guessed. If that was really the case, this brat wasn't too bad. Lu Yao looked in that direction with confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why this cat was different from other cats. If other cats saw the toy car drive by, they would jump away or run away from it. But the black cat not far away just calmly raised a paw and didn't seem to be afraid at all. The toy car didn't stop for long before it continued to run and circled around Zhang Tan. It wasn't fast, and it continued to circle around him. Zhang Tan narrowed his eyes. This brat was clearly targeting him. He didn't even have to take the initiative to go over. The brat's hand had already reached over. Sure enough, brats were brats. Even if they didn't talk much, were silent, and were a little gloomy, they were still brats. Sometimes they didn't talk about principles and reason with you. The puppy, who had been gnawing on the tree branch excitedly, slowed down its gnawing speed and looked curiously in Zhang Tan's direction. As for the people standing around, they all had their own thoughts. Some thought that the black cat was definitely unlucky. Some thought that it wasn't good for their young master to be like this. Even if you want to hit a cat, you have to look at its owner first. There were also some people who had seen the black cat slap the offspring of the litter cat. They were nervous and afraid that the cat would go crazy and hurt people. If Lu Yao was slightly injured, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Deducting their wages would be considered a light punishment. Zhang Tan was quite calm. He slowly swung his tail twice and looked at the toy car that was circling around in front of him. He suddenly felt playful. He didn't listen to Tong Qing's instructions and looked for an opportunity to jump towards the toy car. Zhang Tan spent a lot of time with little Pomelo in the Jiao family. Little Pomelo didn't have this kind of toy car. She had more dolls. Jiao Yuan felt that he had grown up. This kind of toy car was for children to play with. If he wanted to play with it, he would play with guns. Besides, Zhang Tan saw that a lot of effort was put into the design of this toy car. It was definitely not cheap. Jiao family wouldn't spend a lot of money on this kind of toy. Zhang Tan had played with similar toys in his memory. But at that time, he was still human. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a little nostalgic. The quality of this toy car was good. It looked small in the eyes of a normal person, but to Zhang Tan, this car's size was okay. He could still squat on it. However, because Zhang Tan suddenly jumped on the toy car, the running car stopped. The zzz sound was still coming out, proving that the motor was still working. Zhang Tan wasn't very satisfied. How could it not run with such a little weight? From the looks of it, this toy car couldn't possibly be unable to withstand the weight of his 10 kilograms. But soon, Zhang Tan felt the change in the toy car. Then, the toy car carrying Zhang Tan slowly started to move. Chapter 129. Zhang Tan squatted on the toy car. Although the car was running, it was much slower than when it was unloaded. Zhang Tan wasn't afraid of being thrown off. According to Zhang Tan's thoughts, of course, he wanted the toy car to run faster. That would be fun and exciting. However, he couldn't ask for too much. It was good enough that he could play with it. Just as Zhang Tan thought, Lu Yao didn't really want to hit him with the toy car. He was probably just curious. Moreover, this child was definitely not naive. At least mentally, he was a bit more mature than other children his age. This probably had something to do with his previous experience. Zhang Tan sat steadily on the toy car and kept his tail close to his side so that he wouldn't be hit by the toy car or the branches that stretched out from the flower bed. The backyard was quite clean. There were only some leaves that had been blown by the wind. The branches were pulled over by Lu Yao or picked up by steamed bun from the flower bed next to it. Overall, there weren't too many obstacles, and the toy car was running smoothly. Lu Yao was also very familiar with controlling the toy car. After running 2 laps, it didn't touch the flower pots on the ground, and there were no accidents. Steamed bun, who had been chewing on the branch, looked at it for a while before spitting it out and running happily towards Zhang Tan. He ran and jumped behind the toy car. After running a few steps, he stopped, lowered his body, stuck out his butt, and called out at the toy car. Even if he didn't make a sound, he would stretch out his paws and scratch the air a few times. He grinned and had fun. Tong Qing carefully observed Lu Yao. Compared to before, the gloominess in the child's eyes was much less. It was like a gloomy sky suddenly turning cloudy. This was a good sign. No wonder the boss wanted this cat to come over. Tong Qing couldn't help but sigh. It was easy for people to be wary of each other, especially children like Lu Yao who had experienced some things with his mother. He was very wary of people and rejected strangers. Even people he knew were hard to get close to. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yao didn't go to the front lawn and play with the other children at the buffet table. It wasn't just Lu Yao. If Fang Xiaokong sent a child of the same age to approach Lu Yao, old Lu's people would more or less be suspicious and wary. Everyone knew that old Lu treated Lu Yao like a treasure. Since it wasn't easy to start with old Lu, they would look for the younger one. However, animals were different. Even old Lu and his subordinates probably wouldn't think that this cat had come here with some ulterior motives. What could a cat do? Even if it could fight and had great strength, in the end, wasn't it still a cat? The toy car drove Zhang Tan around the yard. Someone had set up a plastic track in the yard. The toy car could run on it, and Zhang Tan could barely run on it. It was just that it took a little effort to climb the hill. But if you add a steamed bun to the two, steamed bun looked at the toy car that carried Zhang Tan to the plastic track. It wagged its tail and followed behind it. With its size, it was a little cramped on the plastic track. However, after taking 2 steps, it didn't see any abnormalities. Its courage grew, and it sped up to chase after the toy car and the black cat in front of it. Zhang Tan sat in the toy car. When it drove onto the plastic track, he turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that steamed bun was also following, he was worried that the track would be overloaded. However, when he saw that the track didn't shake or collapse, he was relieved. However, just as Zhang Tan was relieved, he saw steamed bun running over. Not only did it run, it even jumped twice as it ran. Ka! A section of the track collapsed, and steamed bun fell to the ground. The plastic track was only about 10 centimeters high, so it wouldn't be injured. When it fell, steamed bun's chin hit the part of the track that didn't collapse. After it fell to the ground, it shook its head, raised its paws, and rubbed its mouth. Then, it continued to follow the toy car as if nothing had happened. However, this time it didn't jump onto the track. It followed on the ground, or ran to the front and put its chin on the edge of the track to look at the toy car. As the plastic track had collapsed in the middle, Old Lu's subordinates looked at it and couldn't put it back together. This time, they didn't bring any spare parts, so they couldn't build another track. Fortunately, Lu Yao didn't intend to let the toy car continue to use the track. He just controlled the toy car and drove the black cat around the yard. Zhang Tan squatted in the toy car and pondered. Car was indeed a good tool. When he was still a human, he liked to drive around when he was depressed. Just like how many people ran to vent their frustrations, Zhang Tan always liked to drive. However, now that he had become a cat, could he still have his own car? It was difficult. Even if he had a toy car that belonged to him, even if the car was one size bigger, as long as the control was in someone else's hands, Zhang Tan always felt uncomfortable. It was as if his fate was in someone else's hands. However, even if Zhang Tan was given a control lever, Zhang Tan might not be able to control it flexibly. A cat's palm was only so big, and its claws and meatballs were not as flexible as a human's fingers. Sigh. Zhang Tan raised his head 45 degrees and pretended to be sad. Unfortunately, Steamed Bun, next to him, couldn't understand Zhang Tan's feelings at all. This guy was having fun. The ignorant were fearless and carefree. In layman's terms, dumb dogs were having a lot of fun. Zhang Tan saw that Steamed Bun was having fun and stretched out his paw to slap it. Of course, this slap was definitely not as strong as when he slapped the cat. It was much more restrained, just like when he was playing with the cats and dogs in the yard. With this slap, a few strands of dog fur were hooked off. However, Steamed Bun had a lot of fur, so it didn't seem to mind losing a few strands. It also didn't seem to feel much pain. Instead, it played even more happily. Zhang Tan felt that he didn't know how to get along with this naughty kid anyway, so he squatted in the toy car to kill time. Occasionally, he could think about his worries. When he was unhappy, he would slap Steamed Bun a few times. When the toy car drove past the flower beds and decorative flower pots, it would hook its paw at the flowers and plants to destroy them. Sometimes, it would also fish out a thin branch from the flower beds, bend its paw to hold it, and hit Steamed Bun. For dogs like Steamed Bun, playing, biting, fighting, and other activities could strengthen their neck muscles and make their bodies strong. In the future, Old Lu would probably train them accordingly. However, Steamed Bun was already so active and a little silly. What would it be like in the future? He would probably be like Ah Huang, who looked serious but had the heart of a fool. When Old Lu took some time to check on his son, he was happy to see his son's expression. It was rare to see his son in a good mood. Old Lu learned the whole story from his subordinates. Previously, he was still hesitating whether to send Steamed Bun away, but now he decided to let it stay. Looking at the situation at the moment, even if Steamed Bun wasn't very smart and wasn't as flexible as other dogs, at least it could play with his baby son, which was enough to prove its value. As for other people's opinions and ridicule, Old Lu sneered in his heart. Compared to his son, they were nothing. Steamed Bun, who was playing with the toy car in the yard, didn't know that its behavior would make Old Lu change his mind. The city's dog management regulations didn't have much binding significance for people like Old Lu. Following Old Lu, at least, could make Steamed Bun better in the reinforced concrete metropolis. Finally, it was time for lunch. The pets' dining table was arranged separately, and there were also people sent by each family to take care of them. The cats and dogs were separated. Zhang Tan didn't join the cats. He didn't want to join in the fun. He stayed outside and found a place to eat with Tong Qing. Fang Xiaokong sent someone to deliver food, and Zhang Tan just waited to eat. When he came over just now, he saw the serval's descendant that he had slapped. That guy saw Zhang Tan from afar and avoided him. Zhang Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it. If the cat didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend the cat. The man and the cat ate slowly outside. When Zhang Tan was almost done eating, he saw two people coming out of the villa. One was Zhao Lu, and the other was a young man he had seen on the second floor before. He seemed to be called Wang Bin. Looking at the way Zhao Lu and Wang Bin got along, the two should be quite familiar with each other. Zhang Tan wondered if he should go and listen to the gossip. Zhao Lu had already seen Zhang Tan and was coming over. After finding a wooden stool to sit down, Zhao Lu asked Tong Qing some questions about Zhang Tan's meals. The food that Fang Xiaokong sent over was almost finished, so Tong Qing couldn't tell what he had eaten. Tong Qing gave a simple answer. Seeing that the two of them probably had something to talk about, he stood up and walked away. It wasn't good to leave because Zhang Tan was still in the same place. Zhang Tan thought he could hear some gossip, but the two of them didn't seem to be like what Zhang Tan thought. They were familiar with each other, but unfortunately, they didn't have that kind of interest in each other. The two of them talked about topics ranging from Zhang Tan, the cat, to Wang Bin being sent to the grassroots to train, and then to Wang Bin's younger brother, Heir Mao. However, when the two of them talked about Heir Mao, their tone was full of helplessness. Zhang Tan wondered what kind of person Heir Mao was to be able to make Wang Bin and Zhao Lu treat him like this. After lunch, many people left. They were all busy people, so how could they have the time to stay here and relax? Usually, many people like to have dinner parties. Fang Xiaokong was a relatively different person. When Zhao Lu asked why he arranged lunch but not dinner parties, Third Master Fang yawned. Early to bed and early to rise. It's good for your health. Zhao Lu wanted to bang his head against the wall. Of course, not everyone left. Some people just happened to have time and stayed for a while, such as old Lu. They would continue to chat with Fang Xiaokong. Zhang Tan stayed there to play with Lu Yao and steamed bun for a while before going home. He didn't know what Fang Xiaokong said to old Lu, but one day, when Zhang Tan was lying on the sofa at home watching TV, he heard the Jiao Pa talking to Yuan Zi on the phone. They talked about this big client, Boss Lu, who had suddenly arrived. Only then did Zhang Tan know that this matter was really done. The Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi also learned some of the reasons from Fang Xiaokong. Yuan Zi specially bought a bunch of food, some for the two children and some for Zhang Tan. Before coming, Yuan Zi also burned 3 incense sticks in front of the black manekiniko in the office. It was unknown who taught him this. If it was in the past, Zhang Tan would have been interested in the food. But now Zhang Tan's mind wasn't on it. It was fine before he came into contact with the toy car. After coming into contact with it, Zhang Tan kept thinking about it in his heart. There were a few days when he dreamed of driving the car for a spin. He didn't sit in someone else's car, nor did he sit in the basket of little Pomelo's bicycle. Instead, he was driving his own car. Therefore, Zhang Tan spent the past few days thinking about how to get a car that was suitable for his current cat-like appearance. Who should he look for? Should he look for the third Master Fang again? Even if he looked for him, he couldn't say it out loud. How could he express his thoughts? Should he send an email or text to Fang San and say, "Fang San, I'm Black Charcoal. Hurry up and get a car for me?" It didn't seem reliable. Chapter 130. The car couldn't be rushed either. How should he live his life? He still lived his life the same way. Zhang Tan felt bored and played with the cats in the east courtyard or went out for a walk. Occasionally, he would go out with Celestine to reduce stress. During this time, Fang Xiaokong came over twice. Both times, Tong Qing drove him here. He didn't stay for long. He just dropped by to take a look. However, even though Fang Xiaokong didn't stay for long, Zhang Tan learned some things from Fang Xiaokong. For example, Yuan Zi and the others had successfully made friends with old Lu, a big client. Old Lu's son, Lu Yao, liked to control the toy car at home to play with the dog. Although Zhang Tan wasn't there, Steamed Bun seemed to be interested in the toy car. Every time Lu Yao controlled the toy car to play outside, Steamed Bun would follow the toy car. It would only be distracted occasionally. After all, there wasn't a cat in the toy car to play with it. Old Lu also suggested to Fang Xiaokong that he should bring Zhang Tan over to play. Unfortunately, Fang Xiaokong was very busy recently and didn't have time. He only briefly mentioned it to the Jiao Pa. It was a precautionary measure. In the future, Fang Xiaokong might really come over to play with the cat. The temperature in Chuhua City in November wasn't too low. Recently, the weather had been good. Zhang Tan liked to go out for a walk or find a place to lie down and bask in the sun. This afternoon, Zhang Tan walked out of the east courtyard. Feeling the warmth of the sun, he walked along a small path. The path didn't lead to the teaching area or the dormitory area. There were more old houses there, and the school didn't seem to plan to move that area in the past 2 years. At least, Zhang Tan hadn't noticed any big movements there. It wasn't as noisy as when the houses near the side door were demolished to build the dormitory. A few birds of unknown species walked around on the grass, pecking at the grass. They were probably looking for food. After seeing Zhang Tan, the timid and cautious ones had already flown up or jumped away, while the bold ones remained in place. However, they still maintained their vigilance. As long as Zhang Tan approached, they would definitely fly away. Zhang Tan was not in the mood to catch the birds. If it were Huang or the sheriff, they would probably be interested in them. Anyway, Zhang Tan was not in the mood to catch birds. As for Depang, that guy had started to put on weight again. Depang's grandmother was probably worried when she saw Depang like that. Every time she went out, she would bring Depang with her so that he could move around more. The so-called moving around more was just taking a few slow steps. The grandmother was old, so she didn't walk fast. Depang didn't feel tired when he followed her. It was said that at the place where the old lady was learning how to sing Kuan opera, someone used something to tease Depang. However, Depang did not give them any face, so it was impossible for him to move. When he was annoyed, he would jump to a high place and lie down to sleep. It looked like he was too lazy to push. While thinking and walking, Zhang Tan found a good place to bask in the sun. He jumped onto the roof of a one-story old tiled house and found a comfortable place to lie down and bask in the sun. After jumping up, Zhang Tan found that there were other cats on several old tiled houses similar to this one. They were all lying there lazily, basking in the sun. After seeing Zhang Tan, two of them curiously observed Zhang Tan for a while. Then, they probably felt that Zhang Tan was not a threat, so they became sleepy and continued to sleep with their eyes closed. Although these cats seemed to be too lazy to move, as long as there was any abnormal movement, they would immediately react. When they heard footsteps that belonged to a person running, a few cats that were closer to the roof immediately opened their eyes and looked in that direction. They guessed that very few people came here, so their reactions were slightly bigger. The cats that were further away just moved their ears or squinted their eyes lazily to look in that direction. When they found that nothing was wrong, they yawned, changed their position, and continued to sleep. The old tiled house Zhang Tan stayed in was closer to the small path. When he heard the footsteps, he didn't want to look, but he felt that the footsteps were familiar. So he opened his eyes and looked down. With this look, it really made Zhang Tan endlessly shocked. Jiao Wei, today was Monday. If he remembered correctly, this guy had classes on Monday afternoon. Zhang Tan remembered it so clearly because one time when they were eating at a small restaurant, Jiao Wei and his roommates happened to be there. Zhang Tan heard Jiao Wei and his classmates talking about Monday syndrome. They had classes all day on Monday, and most of them were compulsory classes. With Jiao Wei's personality, skipping compulsory classes and skipping elective classes was something that shouldn't have happened to him. But now, this guy had classes in the afternoon, so what was he doing here? She remembered that at the beginning of the semester, before classes started, Jiao Wei would go to the second and third year classes all day long. When there were no classes, he would go to the library. How could he not attend classes when there were classes? Could it be that the classes were cancelled? But even if the classes were cancelled, according to Jiao Wei's habits, if he wasn't helping out at the small restaurant, he would go to the library or study room. Why would he come to this remote place? And it seemed like he was in a hurry. Zhang Tan's curiosity was piqued again. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Zhang Tan jumped down from the green tiled house and followed Jiao Wei. This time, he didn't take the small path so that Jiao Wei wouldn't notice him. Jiao Wei ran further inside. There were no people around, and there weren't many people. Compared to the sports field, it was much quieter. In this environment, Jiao Wei's running footsteps were very abrupt. However, soon, Zhang Tan heard other sounds coming from the air. They were getting closer and closer. While Zhang Tan was paying attention to the top, he also noticed that Jiao Wei's footsteps had stopped. In order to avoid being discovered, Zhang Tan immediately jumped into the bushes next to him. There were a few birds looking for food in a pile of leaves and bushes. When they saw Zhang Tan suddenly running over, they were scared and quickly flew up. But just as these frightened birds flew into the air in a panic, a flying object in the air happened to be coming this way. For the birds that suddenly flew from below, the flying object dodged. Zhang Tan saw the flying object in the air clearly. It was a remote control plane, but it didn't look very good. Probably because it happened suddenly, the pilot of the remote control plane made a mistake. The remote control plane directly crashed into a tall sycamore tree. Although it was autumn now, due to the temperature, some of the leaves of these sycamore trees were still green. Even the yellow leaves didn't fall much. The branches were still lush. After the remote control plane fell, it got stuck. The propeller turned a few times, but it was useless. Another remote control plane passed by in the air and flew away. Soon, in the direction where the remote control plane flew, a person with a remote control in his hand ran over. Seeing that he also knew Jiao Wei, after the two of them talked for a while, Jiao Wei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to help the person get the remote control plane down. Hearing the two of them, although they didn't say much, Zhang Tan still knew from their conversation that the reason Jiao Wei skipped class was related to this person, or rather, it was related to these people and the gathering place was nearby. Zhang Tan didn't stay to see how they got the plane from the tree. He ran in the direction that the person came from. After running a little distance, Zhang Tan heard the sound of people. There was no need to look around randomly. There shouldn't be anyone around. Now that he heard the sound of people, and it was the sound of multiple people, Jiao Wei's destination was probably over there. Following the sound, Zhang Tan saw a building that he didn't know used to be a cafeteria or a warehouse. It was also the style of an old tiled house, but it was a little taller. It was 2 stories high, and the area was a little bigger. From the outside, it looked a little old. Moreover, from the outside, many people would definitely classify it as a dangerous house. There were many old houses like this in Tsinghua University. Those old houses that were reused after being rebuilt had some historical significance to the university. Zhang Tan once saw a group of middle-aged and old people walking around the university. It was probably some kind of activity organized by the university. Those people were all students or teachers from Tsinghua University. There were many white-haired old men and women. When they saw the familiar buildings in the university, they would take photos as a souvenir. At the same time, they also reminisced about the past when they were studying or teaching. There was no lack of rich and powerful people among these people. Even if it was for them, the university would spend a lot of effort to rebuild those old houses. As for the other old houses that didn't have much significance, they would directly tear them down and rebuild them. Zhang Tan had never heard of any historical significance to the building in front of him. However, Zhang Tan wasn't familiar with the old houses in the university. Even if there was a historical significance, he wouldn't completely understand it. When Zhang Tan used to walk around the university, he had passed by this old tiled house before. There were some barriers around it, and it looked like it was under construction. When he passed by it, he heard some noises coming from inside. However, at that time, Zhang Tan didn't pay too much attention to it. He also didn't climb in to take a look. Now, it seemed that there might be some secret hidden in this old building. After climbing over the fence, Zhang Tan found that some of the windows at the bottom were open. Although Zhang Tan couldn't see the movements of the people inside from his angle, he could tell that it was quite lively inside from the sounds he heard. There was also a rustling sound, which was similar to the sound of Lu Yao's toy car running. Could it be that Jiao Wei came here just to play with this kind of remote control toy? If it was in the past, Zhang Tan would definitely think that these people were very childish. But now, Zhang Tan was interested in the remote control car, so he didn't think too much about it. He went to a window in the corner. From the sounds, there was no one there. Jumping on the windowsill, Zhang Tan carefully looked inside. The person closest to the window where Zhang Tan was standing was a young man in his early 20s. He crossed his legs and sat on a wooden stool with peeling paint. His back was against the wall, and he was holding a Rubik's Cube in his hand. What surprised Zhang Tan the most was that this person's eyes weren't on the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Zhang Tan didn't know where he was looking. If he didn't see the Rubik's Cube in his hand first, Zhang Tan would have thought that this person was thinking about something else. Zhang Tan watched this person restore the color of the cube in a very short period of time, then scramble it, restore it, and scramble it again. During the whole process, this person didn't even look at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. "Brother Chang, there's a problem with the wheel. It's hanging on a tree. Let's wait for another 10 minutes. A person came over and said to the person playing with the Rubik's Cube. Seeing that the person playing with the Rubik's Cube nodded, the person left. Chapter 131. 10 minutes later, Zhao Wei and the person who took the airplane model from the tree came together. The person who was playing with the Rubik's Cube put the restored six-sided Rubik's Cube on the wooden shelf next to him. The wooden shelf was very old and had many scratches on it. The legs of the shelf were also cut. This shelf and some similar tables and chairs in this building had been repaired to varying degrees. The repaired places were much newer than the original places, but they were also worn out. It seemed that this place was frequented by people. Since everyone is here, let's start. Senior Chang stood up and said. Zhang Tan stood by the window and looked at the people taking out model cars one after another. There were some differences in their appearances. Some looked like miniature sports cars and were very exquisite. Some looked like miniature off-road vehicles. There were also some that looked like unfinished products with incomplete shells or no shells at all. Some of the parts inside were exposed. These people were really playing with toy cars. Zhang Tan didn't have time to look down on them. To be honest, Zhang Tan was jealous because he didn't even have a toy car now. There were several circular runways in the cleared field. Each circular runway was different. Some were flat, some were sprinkled with sand, and some had small stones thrown inside. Moreover, some of the circular runways were sloped, as if to simulate different road conditions. There were other tracks, but Zhang Tan didn't have time to observe, because several people had already put their toy cars on the flat track. After the countdown, the 4 miniature sports cars started running. The 4 cars were running very fast. Compared to Lu Yao, the drivers here were much better. It was probably because of their age, but it was also because these people were veterans. Staring at the cars on the track for a while, Zhang Tan suddenly felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he realized that it was too quiet. Lu Yao was a silent and bad-tempered brat, and the people here didn't seem like introverts. Just now, Zhang Tan heard them bragging and chatting. But now, when it should be noisy to liven things up, it was strangely quiet. Of course, the sound of the car running was the clearest. There were no cheers or cheers as Zhang Tan had expected. Could it be that all older children looked like this when they played with toy cars? Why didn't they shout excitedly like a child? Zhang Tan shifted his attention from the running car to the people standing on the side of the track. The 4 people controlling the toy car stood there, their expressions changing as the car moved. They were either nervous, excited, or annoyed, but none of them made a sound. As for Zhao Wei, he was the same as the others. He was looking at the running toy cars on the track with a notebook in his hand. A few steps away from them, someone was staring at the device on the table. Zhang Tan had no idea what it was for. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Tan heard senior brother Chang yell, "Stop!" Only then did the 4 cars stop. Finally, after 10 minutes of silence in the sports car, it became noisy again. It was quite intense, much livelier than before. However, Zhang Tan heard very little about the speed and ranking of the cars. These people were talking about coefficients and equations. Zhang Tan didn't understand some of the theoretical and technical things. Even when he saw the data on the pages in their hands, Zhang Tan felt like he was reading a heavenly book. It seemed that these people weren't playing with toys. Instead, they were going deeper into the research. Zhao Wei was probably a newcomer, so he didn't talk much. Most of the time, he was taking notes and listening to other people's explanations and suggestions. When he raised his head and was about to talk to someone, he suddenly saw the black cat standing by the window in the corner. It was craning its neck to look at them. Zhao Wei. He didn't even need to look at it closely or call out its name. He could recognize the cat at a glance. Why was it here? Zhao Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. The people next to Zhao Wei noticed him and looked over. They also saw Zhang Tan. "Ha! Another cat is looking at our sports car," said the person. Again. Zhao Wei looked at the people around him, puzzled. He thought that these people would be surprised. He didn't expect most of them to be so calm. Well, the surrounding houses are all old. There aren't many people living here now. There are often cats wandering around. Occasionally, curious cats will come over, but not many. After all, most cats are quite timid. explained the person. Because of this, when people saw Zhang Tan squatting by the window and looking at them, no one was surprised. But this cat was different. Zhao Wei muttered to himself. Since he was already discovered, Zhang Tan didn't hide anymore. However, he didn't jump in either. He moved closer to the window and continued to watch. These people had run a few rounds. Every round, the car model was different and the track was different as well. Even though they talked about the results after the race, most of them talked about the technical aspects of the race. Zhang Tan was a complete amateur. When Zhang Tan was still a human, someone gave him a car model when he bought a car. He kept it as a toy. That kind of thing, many people kept it as a collection. Most people still thought that people who used remote controls to drive toy cars outside were children. At least that was what Zhang Tan thought. Zhang Tan didn't know how much progress car models would make in a few years. He didn't spend much effort to understand. However, seeing these people play with model cars, he was very interested. After that day, Zhang Tan often came to this area in the afternoon. He would sunbathe on a low-tiled house not far from the old house. When he heard the noise inside, he would go over to watch. After 2 weeks, Zhang Tan knew that these people would come here every Monday and Thursday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. These people came from different departments. Some were from mechanical engineering, some were from electronic information, some were from mathematical statistics, and some were from physics, chemistry, and other departments. They gathered together because of a common hobby. And the leader of these people was that senior brother Chung. As for the details, Zhang Tan didn't know. It was too difficult to find out. Every time these people came to the sports car, they would bring some simple and portable equipment. After the race, they would take what they needed to take away. Those that they were too lazy to take away were placed in cardboard boxes on high shelves. When they left, they would close the doors and windows of the building and lock the door. The things left here weren't too valuable, so they weren't worried. These people also learned about Zhang Tan's background from Zhao Wei. They knew that he was the cat of a teacher at the Institute of Biological Sciences. They were familiar with Zhao Wei, so every time they saw Zhang Tan watching, they would give him some snacks. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan didn't appreciate it. He glanced at the snacks and didn't look at them anymore. There were also people who wanted to tease Zhang Tan. They played with a rope or threw a tire to attract his attention. Zhang Tan looked at them as if they were idiots, then turned his eyes back to the model cars running on the track. Even if he couldn't get a car, he could at least look at it. After getting familiar with these people, Zhang Tan didn't stay on the windowsill anymore. He went into the house and stood on the high shelf, looking down at the situation below. At 5 o'clock, these people finished and began to pack up. Zhang Tan jumped down from the high shelf and was ready to leave. When he jumped onto the windowsill, Zhang Tan suddenly heard people talking about him. He slowed down. "Why do you think a cat would be interested in this kind of toy car?" Someone looked at the black cat on the windowsill with its back facing them and asked, "Cats are always interested in small moving things. There's nothing strange about it." "That's not true. My sister's cat will jump away when it sees this kind of thing, let alone watch from the side." "Don't all cats like furry things? There's a pile of hard materials or parts here. My uncle's cat likes to sit on the side and watch my nephew play with the remote control car, but it doesn't get close to it." Hearing these people's discussion, Zhao Wei's mouth twitched. These people were not familiar with the black cat. They looked at him like he was a normal cat, but he knew that the black cat was probably listening to these people's conversation. Didn't you see that the cat's ears were tilting towards him? And the rhythmic twitching of its tail meant that the cat was thinking about something. However, Zhao Wei could not say what he was thinking. Associate Professor Zhao had talked to him before, and Zhao Wei clearly remembered the things to pay attention to when it came to cats, so he could only say it in his heart. After Zhang Tan returned to the Zhao family for dinner, he thought for a while, then decisively ran out. His goal was the old tiled housing area. For the past few days, Zhang Tan's mind had been filled with those running model cars. To be precise, it was the miniaturized cars. Some of the model cars in the hands of those people could no longer be called toys. They were all high-end products, full of technical content. Recently, Zhang Tan had been thinking about cars. One day, when he was lying on a tree branch and sunbathing, he heard 2 college students walking by below talking about car models. His first reaction was car models. Not car models. It wasn't until he heard the two college students talking about cool and glamorous girls with hot bodies that Zhang Tan realized that the car models they were talking about were not the car models. Zhang Tan suddenly felt that he was much more pure. When he first heard the word big boobs, his thoughts had gone astray. He looked up at the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Not bad. There were no street lights in the old tiled housing area. There were only a few street lights at the edge of the road. Most of the other areas were dark. The school probably thought that this area would be demolished and rebuilt sooner or later, so there was no need to change the streetlights. Zhang Tan was walking along the path to the house where Zhao Wei's sports car was. Suddenly, he felt that he was being followed. Due to the direction of the wind, Zhang Tan could not smell anything unusual. However, Zhang Tan could hear the slight rustling of the grass. Also, based on his intuition, Zhang Tan felt that someone was watching him, but it was not malicious. A black shadow jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was vigilant. He knew the location of the black shadow before it jumped. Seeing that the shadow was rushing over, Zhang Tan jumped away and slapped it a few times. He did not use much strength, just like when cats were playing with each other. Chapter 132. Seeing the sheriff didn't change Zhang Tan's route. After pausing for a while, he went straight to the old tile-roofed house where Zhao Wei's sports car was. The sheriff looked at Zhang Tan, who was walking away, and then looked at the two cats in the grass. He wagged his tail and ran after Zhang Tan. However, the cats in the grass also followed. For these cats, they didn't have a specific destination. They were just there to play. As sheriff followed Zhang Tan, he would also turn to the side and play with the cats. The sounds of the cats playing attracted more cats to come out to play, and more cats gathered around. This phenomenon wasn't because of a leader. In the cat family, only lions lived in groups. Many people said that cats were more independent. Perhaps it was because of this independence that cats' personalities were formed. Sometimes their thoughts were different and unpredictable. Of course, cats living in the human world also looked for companions to play with. As for why there wasn't a regional power here, Zhang Tan thought about it. It should be because of the place itself. It wasn't their nest. It was just a place to play. The cats weren't fixed. For example, the sheriff was probably a newcomer. Zhang Tan ignored the cats running around. He walked along the path and paid attention to the old tile-roofed houses around him. He once heard a few of the school's sanitation workers talk about it. Although the school didn't do much in the area of the old tile-roofed houses, they would still send people to clean up after a while. One of the tasks was to clean up stray cats. Once, a worker in charge of cleaning found a litter of kittens in one of the tile-roofed houses. He didn't see the mother cat, so he didn't know what to do. In the end, a sanitation worker brought the litter of kittens home to feed. After that, he didn't hear the mother cat meowing around. He guessed that the mother cat had gone out to look for food. Also, during the time that Zhang Tan wandered around the area, he gradually found that many of the old tile-roofed houses were not empty. In addition to Zhao Wei's group, there were some people who applied for temporary use. They were all student clubs that couldn't find a suitable place. The school encouraged students to be self-reliant and innovative. It also supported many clubs and associations. The old tile-roofed houses were all inspected. Even if they looked dangerous from the outside, they could still be used for a few years if they really wanted to use them. The other houses that were marked couldn't be used. Those were really dangerous houses that were prone to accidents. In this way, with people around, the probability of stray cats settling down here was even lower. Therefore, the cats that came here to play were not the cats that had settled down here, but the cats that lived in the surrounding areas. Some of them were from the west side courtyard, and the one that had been chasing the sheriff the most was one of them. Because of this, Zhang Tan wasn't afraid of being besieged by a group of cats. If that really happened, even if Zhang Tan was stronger, the result wouldn't be good. Zhang Tan climbed over the construction fence outside and came to the old tile-roofed house where Zhao Wei's sports car was. He looked around and saw that the door was tightly shut. The door was a kind of thick wooden door that looked a little old. The reason why they didn't use a metal door or a fence door was probably to avoid the suspicion of 300 taels of silver here. After all, the surrounding tile-roofed houses all had wooden doors. Zhang Tan didn't go in through the door. There was a window next to it that didn't have glass in the upper right corner. After Zhang Tan jumped on the windowsill, he climbed in through the broken window. After Zhang Tan, the sheriff climbed in. For cats, climbing through windows wasn't necessarily less than walking through doors. It was easy and very familiar. Although some of the other cats had followed them over, only 2 of them had managed to climb into the house. After the sheriff and the other 2 cats went in, they sniffed around and looked around. Zhang Tan didn't care about them. He jumped on a shelf and found a car model that hadn't been installed yet, as well as a matching remote control. The sheriff didn't understand what Zhang Tan was doing. When he saw Zhang Tan put the car model on the track, he went over and sniffed it. He raised his paws and patted it but found it boring. He was about to leave to find something fun when he suddenly heard the car model make a sound. He was so scared that he arched his back and jumped back. But soon, when he saw the car model start running on the track, he became bold and followed beside the track. Zhang Tan used his paws to press on the remote control. It was a little unfamiliar and inconvenient to control the car model. The remote control was big and inconvenient to hold, so Zhang Tan directly put the remote control on the ground. As soon as it started running, the car directly hit the plastic barrier beside the track. Zhang Tan walked over and flipped the car over and put it on the track again. After a few seconds, he hit it again and flipped it over. Also, because it was a circular track, it was a little difficult to drive. Zhang Tan's current cat paws were not good at controlling details. He had never felt that it was so difficult to control a toy car model. Just like that, he hit it, flipped it over, hit it again, and flipped it over again. After a few repetitions, the situation became much better. Now he could reduce the number of hits and flips in one lap to less than 5. He was too focused just now. When Zhang Tan looked around again, he found that there were a few cats watching around the track. They were probably wary of new things, so they didn't get too close. At first, the sheriff followed the car, but later found that the car was fast and the car was only running in this area, so he squatted there and stared. After resting for a while, Zhang Tan was ready to start again. Suddenly, his ears moved and he looked outside. Then he ran to the side and jumped on a chair by the window. He stood up and looked outside from the window. A construction fence was pushed, and a sneaky figure came in from outside. Under the moonlight, even human eyes could see them. Unfortunately, there weren't many people around at night. Young couples rarely came here on dates. After all, there were no street lights and no sense of security. Thief? That was the most likely possibility. But there was someone in this shabby place? After the person came in, he looked around and found that there was no one else. He called the people behind him to come in together. A man and a woman. They looked very young, like school students. There were too many young couples like this. They could cover for anything. But Zhang Tan felt that these 2 people's skills were not as good as the 2 in the East Courtyard. Their skills weren't high, so they were easier to deal with. When the people outside pushed the construction fence, the cats outside were scared and ran away. So the man and woman didn't notice how many cats were around. The construction fence was built with some light materials, and it wasn't of good quality. It had been a long time, and now several places were damaged. With a push, a big gap could be opened, and it was easy to come in. Zhang Tan saw them coming to the window. He jumped off the chair and looked around. There was a wrench in the corner. It was probably not used often, and it was covered with a layer of dust. Usually, no one paid attention to it, and those people didn't put it together when they were packing. Zhang Tan walked over and picked up the wrench, weighed it, and quietly came to a place 4 or 5 meters away from the door. The few cats in the room also heard the movement outside. The cat near the door retreated inside to join the others. Zhang Tan was now walking upright. He wasn't afraid of the cats here telling on him. After all, these cats couldn't even understand his unusual behavior, let alone find someone to tell on him. Holding the wrench, Zhang Tan listened to the 2 people talking in a low voice at the door. Even if they were sure that there was no one in front of the door, they didn't dare to talk loudly. After all, at this time, they couldn't be sure if someone would pass by on the other side of the construction fence. "Is there Really something valuable in here? How much can it be sold for? Asked the woman who deliberately lowered her voice. Of course there is. As long as we sell the things that those people play with, we can definitely get a few hundred yuan, maybe even 1,000 yuan. The money can be used to buy you a few more clothes. Last time when you were shopping, didn't you see a bag in a specialty store? If we sell it for money, we can have that bag. We can also sell branded perfume, said the man. Can you open the door without a key? The woman was doubtful. The sound of the door lock was heard. The people outside were probably picking the lock. Because of some things that happened in the East Courtyard, Zhang Tan had a very bad impression of thieves. Could be said that they were extremely bad. According to Zhang Tan's personality, although he was too lazy to care about other people's business, when it concerned himself, he would deal with it every time. When he was in the East Courtyard, he could borrow Niu Zhuangzhuang and the others' mouths. But now he had to solve it himself. The cats inside didn't make any sound. At this time, they were just alert and ready to respond and escape at any time. The wooden door gradually opened with a long creak, and the silver moonlight shone in. Hey, I told you, this door lock can't stop me, said the man proudly. Be careful. Don't suddenly run out. The woman seemed to be a little scared, but the temptation of branded clothes, bags, and perfume was too great. She still followed in. It's okay. There's definitely no one. The voice stopped abruptly because they saw pairs of shining eyes. In the silent night, under the silvery white moonlight, in the old tile-roofed house, especially when both of them were guilty of something, suddenly seeing these shining eyes would always make one feel terrified. Ah! The woman wanted to scream, but just as she made a sound, the man covered her mouth. Don't be afraid. It's just a cat, not a person. Although he was also shocked just now, but probably because he had done this kind of thing more often, the man's psychological quality was stronger than the woman's. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Bang! Blood splattered from his nose, and one of his front teeth fell out. Someone once lamented that when a thief met a cat, what could the cat do? A dog could still warn the thief and bite him, but the cat would probably have run away or curled up in a corner to sleep. Yes, most of the time that was the case. Unfortunately, this thief was unlucky today. The blood-stained wrench fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Chapter 133. Zhang Tan didn't run away like the other cats. Before the man could react, he picked up a stool and threw it at him. Bang! Another blow. Blood flowed from the man's nose. It was sticky between his fingers. The man felt dizzy, but even so, he knew one thing. There was definitely someone inside, and judging by the strength of the thing that was thrown, it was definitely not a child. Damn! How could there really be someone inside? In the dark, Zhang Tan changed his position and stood next to another stool. If the man was still able to pick up the wrench from the ground, he would not mind swinging the stool as hard as he could. The reason he did not do so was because Zhang Tan was not sure whether it would kill the man or not. Compared to the thieves at the Eastern Courtyard, Zhang Tan did not have that much hatred toward them. He wasn't afraid that the man would discover him. As long as he didn't rush out and throw the stool, no one would associate him with the stool. In fact, Zhang Tan wanted to jump over and kick the man, but he didn't want to be discovered, so he tried to hide as much as possible. He just wanted to create the illusion that there was someone inside. As for the woman, she had a lot of crooked thoughts, but she didn't have much courage. What happened just now really scared her. She wanted to find some long tools on the ground to defend herself. The cats looked at the Trojans, but when she lowered her head, she directly met a pair of bright cat eyes. She saw that the cat was standing 2 steps away from her. It didn't move and just stared at her. She couldn't see much emotion from the pair of bright eyes because of the reflection of light. Whether it was friendliness, curiosity, or vigilance, they were all covered by the light. The woman was very scared and didn't care so much. She took something out of a small satchel and threw it at the cat in front of her. She didn't pay attention to what it was. In such a situation, the only cat in the East Courtyard who dared to confront people directly was Depang, except for Zhang Tan. Unfortunately, the fat man was at home. If Huang encountered him, he would run away without hesitation. However, the woman was facing the sheriff, so he would also run away. But if there was a chance, he would first scratch the woman with his claws before running away. And the sheriff did exactly that. He had no idea what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. After Sheriff finished scratching, he quickly ran back and jumped onto a shelf. For him, it was safer to hide on top. At the same time, he pressed down on his ears and looked at the woman with his fur puffed up. Like the other cats, he let out a low growl. Hearing this kind of roar in broad daylight wouldn't cause much of a reaction. But in this kind of environment, when all the cats in the house were roaring at the same time, it made people's hair stand on end. Zhang Tan glanced to the side and saw that the woman was covering her face. She screamed, turned around, and ran out. Based on the woman's height, it was possible that the sheriff had jumped up and scratched her face, but he did not know to what extent. Could it be that the sheriff learned this trick when he peeked at the girls fighting and scratching their heads? No matter what, this guy's behavior was getting more and more aggressive. As soon as the woman ran away, the man who was about to fight back also turned around and ran away. His mind was finally clear, but the situation in the house was not clear. He did not know how many people were in the house. Now that he was alone, he did not know what to do, so he might as well run away. As soon as the two people who blocked the door ran away, some of the cats in the house ran out as well. Zhang Tan did not chase after them, nor did he run away immediately. He squatted down and thought for a while. It was getting late. According to his usual habit, he should go home. If he was late, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma would have a problem with it. They were afraid that something would happen to Zhang Tan again. But now, there were bloodstains on the ground. Even if he closed the door, the Jiao Wei and the others would probably be shocked the next time they came. No one would know what had happened. If they really wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find anything after a long time. It would be too late to take preventive measures. Today was Thursday. There were still 3 or 4 days until the next time they came. No one knew if there would be more thieves in the next 3 or 4 days. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. The things left here were not worth much, but that was only relatively speaking. Even if they could only be sold for a few thousand yuan, the thieves would still remember them. Most of the people who played this game were probably not short of money. People like the Jiao Wei were in the minority. However, those people had spent a lot of effort to tidy up the place. If they messed up and lost some parts, they would definitely be unhappy. Should he remind them, or should he just stay out of it? He could just walk away. The people here knew that although there were not many cats living here, there were many cats around. They would not think that it was Zhang Tan. Besides, there were thieves here, not the cats. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame the thieves, not the cats. Zhang Tan did not want to be nosy, but if he could make those people thank him this time, even if he damaged their cars in the future, they would not be angry, right? Instead of thinking about asking for help, it was better to let people owe him a favor. This was the conclusion that Zhang Tan came to after meeting some people and experiencing some things. For people like He Tao and Yi Hao, if you asked them for help, even if you took out some benefits in exchange, they would at most satisfy your request temporarily. However, it was different to let them owe you a favor. That was a long-term investment. After making the decision, Zhang Tan put the cars and remote control that he had just played with back to their original places, and then walked to the side of the circular track. In order to set off the atmosphere, there were some small flags in the inner and outer circles of the circular track. There were flags in red, yellow, white, black, and blue. There were also pictures and words drawn by those people on them. Zhang Tan pulled out some of the small flags and threw them on the ground. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to pull out just one. Grabbing the small white flag with the words on it, he rubbed the sharp end of the flag in the blood that had not yet coagulated. Then, Zhang Tan carefully held the clean flagpole in his mouth and ran out. The sheriff ran out after him, but after just a few steps, he could not see Zhang Tan's shadow. He wagged his tail and turned back to have fun. Anyway, there were still a few cats inside, so he could continue to play for a while. Zhang Tan ran to Jiao Wei's shop with the small flag stained with blood in his mouth. During this period of time, Jiao Wei's small restaurant had been doing well. Jiao Wei would help there at night and not return until after 10 o'clock. At this time, Jiao Wei was helping to wipe the table. The last group of people had just finished eating and left. While he was wiping the table, a figure suddenly rushed over and jumped onto the table, leaving a few footprints. Zhang Tan put the small white flag in front of Jiao Wei, wondering if this kid could tell the origin of the small white flag. Jiao Wei looked at the small flag in front of him and was stunned. After noticing the words and blood on it, he looked at Zhang Tan, then looked at the small flag. He lifted Zhang Tan up to check and found that he was not injured. Whose blood is this? No, wait, isn't the flag in the house over there? The words on the small flags were written when they were joking. There were signatures and competition records, and this small flag was the competition result from last Monday's performance test. Of course, Jiao Wei could recognize it. After asking the question, Jiao Wei remembered that it was just a cat in front of him. He did not say anything else and immediately used the shop's phone to call someone. Are you sure you locked the door? Oh, it's okay. I'm just asking. After hanging up the phone, Jiao Wei said goodbye to his parents and rode his second-hand bicycle to the old tile-roofed house. Zhang Tan, who was squatting on the table, watched Jiao Wei leave and cursed in his heart. He actually left the hero behind and ran away by himself. He then jumped off the table. He did not go straight home. He planned to go to the old tile-roofed house to see what was going on. The reward for reporting the news had not been decided yet. When Zhang Tan arrived, Jiao Wei had just finished calling a few people and was walking over. There was an IC card public telephone on the side of the road in the old tile-roofed house area. Jiao Wei made the call there. Those who received the call, regardless of whether they were playing games, flirting with girls, or sleeping, immediately dropped what they were doing and ran over as soon as they heard that the sports car's door had been broken open. They also notified those who could not be contacted. As for the old tile-roofed house, Zhang Tan did not see the sheriff when he arrived. He guessed that the sheriff had gone home. The remaining cats probably ran away after seeing Jiao Wei, so the house was now empty. The lights were on and the blood had dried. However, the bloody wrench and the stool at the door were still there. Jiao Wei did not touch them. When the others rushed over, they immediately saw the wrench and the stool at the door. F***CK. Was there a fight here? There's blood. Jiao Wei, are you hurt? Someone asked. It's okay. It's not mine. It was like this when I came. Jiao Wei briefly explained the situation when he came over. The door lock was broken open. Although it's not obvious, there are some scratches. Another person standing at the door said. Zhang Tan quietly squatted by the side, listening to their discussion. When Jiao Wei told them about how he had carried the flag, a few people gathered in front of Zhang Tan, praising him and asking him questions. However, Zhang Tan maintained a blank expression, pretending that he did not know anything and did not understand what they were saying. He looked no different from the other cats. He finally made up his mind. As long as these people did not deny his contribution, it was fine. Forget it. We can't get anything out of a cat. It's already good enough that it tipped off Jiao Wei. That Brother Chang said. The person next to him nodded. That's true. F***CK. If I find out who broke open the door, I'll beat him to death. I didn't expect this place to be remembered. Tisk. People nowadays are willing to do anything for a little bit of profit. But our school is so good. Ability and character are not proportional. No matter how angry they were, they still had a lot of things to do. They tidied up the things on the ground, checked what was missing, and changed the door lock. When they were done, they realized that it was already 11 o'clock. F***CK. It's already 11 o'clock and the dormitory is closed. We'll be criticized by the building manager again. Do you close at 11 o'clock? We close at 11:30. That's because you're a master's dormitory. Our undergraduate dormitory closes at 11 o'clock. Brother Chung, you have to help us this time. Otherwise, the old guard will nag for a week. Why do you need Brother Chung to help? Jiao Wei was a little confused. The person who spoke just now was in the same school as Jiao Wei in the same dormitory building, but he was in his third year. He's just trying to show off his face. He'll treat people according to their preferences. Someone at the side interrupted. We can't afford to offend the building manager. He looks like an ordinary old man, but he might be a relative of some school leader. In the past, a student in our building quarreled with the building manager. He thought that the building manager was just a stinky old man in charge of guarding the door, a low-class employee. He didn't expect to be called by the counselor for a talk the next day. Later, we found out that the old man's son is from the school administration building. I heard that he has some power. Chapter 134. Because of the incident with the thief, the people who played with car models had a much better impression of Zheng Tan, and their tolerance for him had also increased a lot. Someone even made a simple 1/8 scale car for Zheng Tan to play with. But for many things, after the novelty wore off, one would get tired of it. Zheng Tan didn't like to let others control him, and when he was surrounded, Zheng Tan felt like he was a monkey in a circus, squatting on a model car and waiting for those people to control the remote control to make the car run. After playing with it a few times, Zheng Tan stopped squatting on the car and didn't feel as excited as when he first saw the toy car. So every time when it was time to go, he would stand by the window and watch those people play with the car, take a nap, and imagine his own small car. Zheng Tan himself knew very well that the car thing was just a fantasy, and it was impossible to have a special car that belonged to him. After all, he was just a cat now. Who would spend so much effort and money to make a car for a cat? And even if he spent money on a cat car, he might not be able to use it, and it would be a waste of money. Even if these students were grateful for Zheng Tan's warning, they would only allow Zheng Tan to play with the car. After yawning, Zheng Tan was ready to change his lying position. But when he turned his head, he saw someone standing not far away from the bush. It was an acquaintance. Zheng Tan thought that he was very alert, but just now he didn't notice Tong Qing standing there at all. This person's presence was really weak, and because of this, he couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Fang Xiaokong's driver. When did Tong Qing come? How long has he been here? Or has this guy been watching here for a long time? Looking around, Zheng Tan didn't see the car with 4 laps, nor did he see Fang Xiaokong. While he was thinking, someone in the old tile-roofed house called Zheng Tan over to play with the car, which distracted Zheng Tan. When he looked back out of the window again, Tong Qing was no longer there. Puzzled, Zheng Tan didn't stay there for long. He jumped out of the window and ran toward the east courtyard. When he passed by the guard, Zheng Tan deliberately slowed down to let the guard see him. If Fang Xiaokong had been here, the guard would definitely say something. Not only Zheng Tan, but also Huang, the sheriff, Sahara, and other pets passed by the door. When the guard saw them, he would say a word or two or call their names. He was probably lonely here and had no one to talk to. Whether it was the security guards or the building managers, they all had sharp eyes and good memories. They would remember who had come and who they were looking for after just one visit. Therefore, as soon as the security guard saw Fang Xiaokong's car, he knew that he was looking for Teacher Jiao's house in Block B. Unfortunately, the guard only said, "Oh, you're back so early today." He continued reading the newspaper and didn't mention the 4 circles at all. This made Zheng Tan even more puzzled. If he didn't come to the courtyard to look for someone, why would Tong Qing appear at the old tile-roofed house? Tong Qing wouldn't act at will without Fang Xiaokong's instructions. In other words, Fang Xiaokong must have known that he went to the old tile-roofed house to look at people playing with cars. Then, would the third Master Fang buy a car model and send it over? Zheng Tan lay on a sycamore tree and thought about the possibility of the third Master Fang buying a car model. Over the next few days, Zheng Tan deliberately observed and didn't find Tong Qing. He also didn't hear Jiao Pa mention Fang Xiaokong and the car model. Now, Jiao Pa was busy again and Xin didn't see anyone. As for Su Chu, he stayed in the laboratory all day in order to shine at this year's annual academic meeting. It was the end of the semester again and the 2 children were preparing for the final exam. The people around him were busy running around. Zheng Tan felt that he was really bored out of his mind. Tepang was napping on the balcony. Huang had diarrhea and was resting at home. He didn't know where the sheriff went again. When he was bored, Zheng Tan liked to walk around and see new things. Otherwise, Zheng Tan really felt like he was just waiting to die. It had been a long time since he went to the Jiao Yuan school. Zheng Tan decided to walk there. This time, he wanted to walk a little further to see. On the way to the side door, he passed by a sports field. There were many people running on the basketball court. There were also people cheering and shouting. There was probably a basketball game going on. Zhang Tan jumped up a tree and prepared to take a look. Before he could stand firm, he heard a loud voice shouting, "Brothel men, come on!" Hearing this, Zhang Tan almost slipped down from the tree. When he steadied himself and looked over, he found that it was the G Institute. There was a sign next to the basketball court. G Institute 04 vs 04 Economic Management. Compared to middle school and elementary school students, college students were much more relaxed. After experiencing the devastation of the college entrance examination, this kind of college exam was nothing to them. Recently, there were still many people on the basketball court. Especially in this situation, the players on both sides seemed to have been injected with chicken blood because there were beautiful girls from the School of Economic Management standing around them. There were many men in the School of Economic Management and many girls in the School of Economic Management. Regardless of whether they were from the School of Economic Management or the School of Economic Management, the players on the basketball court were full of energy to show off. In the rest area, a student wearing the G Institute 04 uniform took 2 sips of mineral water and said to the person next to him, "In middle school, I always liked to wear the uniform of my idol in the NBA. Now, I always like to wear the stupid uniform with my name and school printed on it. I even get a little excited wearing it." As he said this, he shouted to the court, "Boys from the School of Economic Management, beat the School of Economic Management." The School of Economic Management, standing on the opposite side of the court, glared at them. The guy who shouted became more and more cocky. No matter what, the girls on the opposite side were looking over, right? Just as Zhang Tan and the boys from the School of Economic Management were looking at the girls together, in an office on a certain floor of the Department of Engineering, Cheng Zhong looked at a contract in front of him and felt a little conflicted. It was very common for graduate students to take on private jobs. Although graduate supervisors always hoped that their students would devote all their time and energy to their projects, with their meager salary and state subsidies, they couldn't even afford to buy a bag for their girlfriends. Therefore, those who could afford to take on private jobs would do so. Cheng Zhong started taking on private jobs when he was an undergraduate. He wasn't afraid of being criticized by his supervisors. After all, the supervisors knew in their hearts and just pretended not to know anything. At this moment, the contract in front of Cheng Zhong was very attractive, but this job was a little puzzling. "Mr. Fong, I've never done this kind of car model before. It's okay. I believe in your ability. I've seen all the jobs you've taken in the past. They're very good. But this model, according to the information, it was bigger than an ordinary one, 8-scale car model. It was not suitable for children. Who was this for?" Cheng Zhong didn't understand, but the other party didn't want to reveal too much. Fang Xiaokong knocked on the table. "I don't need you to answer me right away. I'll give you time to think." Cheng Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Seeing that the other party didn't do anything else, he considered his words and prepared to send him off. "Then tomorrow." "Okay, time's up. Have you thought about it? What's your answer?" Fang Xiaokong looked away from his watch and looked at Cheng Zhong seriously, waiting for his decision. Cheng Zhong. So, was this person's first sentence a fart? Moreover, Fang Xiaokong's serious expression that said, "I'm not joking," made Cheng Zhong feel as if he was suffocating halfway through his exhalation. From the moment Fang Xiaokong said, "I'll give you time to consider," to the moment he said, "Time's up," the interval between these two sentences was only 15 seconds. 15 seconds to think, my asterisk. This kind of unruly approach made Cheng Zhong feel helpless. He wiped his forehead with his fingers. If he didn't know that the person in front of him was a big shot, someone that even his own teacher had to give face, Cheng Zhong really wanted to go up and slap him. As if he knew what Cheng Zhong was thinking at the moment, Fang Xiaokong explained slowly, "In the business world, there's a saying called the 15-second war in the advertising war. 15 seconds is the most common version of advertising. In a limited 15 seconds, you can forge an unlimited amount of influence. 15 seconds is enough for a person to calm down from anger and adjust their emotions. In marketing, an excellent salesperson can make a customer fall for it in 10 seconds. Now, I believe that with your brain, 15 seconds is enough for you to make a decision. Cheng Zhong. Cheng Zhong picked up the contract in front of him and read it again. He quickly flipped through the materials and said, "Okay, I'll take this." Since he decided to take this job, Cheng Zhong raised a few questions, and Fang Xiaokong answered them one by one. As for why Fang Xiaokong looked for Cheng Zhong, it was mainly because this kid had been in contact with car models for a long time. In terms of theory and practical knowledge, he wasn't inferior to some so-called experts. Plus, he was close enough to the East Side courtyard, so if there was a problem with the car, it would be easy to find someone. Zhang Tan didn't know what Fang Xiaokong was doing. He had already left the basketball court and was outside Jiao Yuan's school. Standing on the wall and looking around, Zhang Tan found that some of the paper on the windows had been torn off. Now that the temperature had dropped, many people wanted to bask in the sun, so there was no need to cover the windows with paper. This way, Zhang Tan could see the general situation in the classroom from the wall. It was a pity that Fu Lei was no longer sitting by the window. Perhaps it was because of his achievements in the sports competition and because he got along well with Jiao Yuan and the others. The homeroom teacher also took care of him a little and moved him forward by 2 rows. He was in the middle group. Since he didn't know anyone by the window, Zhang Tan didn't go to the windowsill. He stood on the wall and continued to walk forward. After passing by the school gate, he walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at a small neighborhood. It was a very ordinary neighborhood. There were many neighborhoods like this in the neighborhood. Originally, Zhang Tan didn't plan to stop here, but he couldn't stand the constant meow 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 calls from below. "Hey, where are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. You're not from around here, are you?" A 17 or 18-year-old student wearing the 20th high school uniform said to Zhang Tan. "Don't bother if he's not a girl." Zhang Tan glanced at him and turned to leave. Pa! Not far away, a window on the first floor of a building was forcefully pulled open. A woman with a taut face stuck her head out and looked over. She shouted in a thick local dialect, "If you have nothing to do, do more test questions. What time is it now? Why aren't you nervous? Learn from your brother. Don't play with cats all day. I think your IQ is almost as low as a cat's." Chapter 135. After shouting, the woman poured out a cup of cold tea and slammed the window shut. Zhang Tan turned his attention back to the student who had been criticized as having the IQ of a cat. From the looks of it, he seemed to be immune to such words. There was no change in his expression after hearing it, and there was not much fluctuation in his eyes either. Clearly, this was not the first time this had happened. The student pulled a dry straw from the corner of the wall and prepared to play with the cat. Zhang Tan did not plan to pay attention to him. He lifted his foot and continued to walk forward, looking at the surrounding terrain and buildings. After taking a few turns, Zhang Tan's ears twitched. He heard some construction sounds coming from the construction site. Looking in the direction of the sound, Zhang Tan could only see the arm of a crane peeking out from between 2 buildings. There were too many buildings around and too many people. Zhang Tan could not find a good vantage point to observe the construction. Why did that place feel familiar? He could not remember where it was. Zhang Tan was strolling in a new area. His sense of direction was a bit blurry, so he did not think too much about it. After strolling for a while, he went back along the road. On the way back, Zhang Tan passed by the neighborhood again. The student in the high school uniform was talking to another person. He did not know what they were talking about. The honking of the surrounding cars was too disruptive. When the honking stopped, Zhang Tan walked closer. He heard the person snort in disdain and say, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" The man in the school uniform smiled indifferently. "That's not right. How can a swan know the joy of a sparrow?" Zhang Tan squatted on the wall and listened to the 2 people debate about sparrows and swans. One had a sense of superiority that said, "You don't know how big the world is." The other had a look that said, "This is how I am. What can you do to me?" Listening to their conversation, Zhang Tan also learned that the person in front of the man in the school uniform was the brother in the Learn from Your Brother. Both of them were in the 3rd year of high school. They were in the same school, But it was not the provincial key high school of Tsinghua University. It was just a normal high school that was relatively close to here. Not to mention who was right and who was wrong, and who was in the right. Zhang Tan could only sigh after listening to their conversation. They were indeed in the third year of high school. They were fluent in classical Chinese. Sometimes 3 idioms would pop out in one sentence. It was very difficult for a poor student like Zhang Tan to listen to. After a few minutes, the brother impatiently left. The man in the school uniform stood in place for a while. When he turned his head to look outside the neighborhood, he saw Zhang Tan squatting on the wall. "Hey, you're here again?" The man, who had been expressionless just now, immediately smiled. He picked up the withered straw that had been thrown aside and prepared to play with the cat again. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan did not want to play with him. He lifted his feet and went home. Everything in Tsinghua University was still the same. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, when Zhang Tan was on his way back, he heard a middle-aged couple in a shop outside the university talking about the reconstruction of the abandoned project into a commercial plaza. Compared to the Central Plaza and other large commercial plazas, this new plaza was definitely smaller. However, there were many schools around it. Other than Tsinghua University, there were other schools. It was easier to earn money from students. Some of the vendors had already started to discuss countermeasures. Other than that, it seemed like they were going to build housing. The couple did not know much about it, so Zhang Tan only had a rough idea of what was going on. No wonder he felt that the construction site was familiar. Turned out that it was that place. He had heard Celestine mention it a while ago. It seemed like Yi Hao had achieved his goal. It was good that it was built. There would be another place to play. However, he did not know how many years it would take to build it. He hoped that Yi Hao would be more efficient. The next day, Zhang Tan still walked along the same road as yesterday. When he arrived at the residential area, he saw the man in the school uniform from yesterday. This guy seemed to be preparing to go out. When he saw Zhang Tan, he nagged for a while. He seemed to be in a hurry and did not say much. The man in the school uniform was not wearing his school uniform today. He had changed into a casual and cheap sportswear. When he walked out of the residential area, the woman shouted a few times from the window. It was nothing more than a few words that scolded the man for not doing his job and only knowing how to play all day. Because she saw Zhang Tan again, the woman looked down on the cat's IQ again. Just as he walked out of the residential area, the man in the school uniform bumped into a familiar person. He should be a neighbor. "Zhong Yan, did you have a month off? How was the monthly exam this time?" the man asked. "Just as so," Zhong Yan said helplessly. "Sai, you really need to learn from your brother. Yesterday, I heard that your brother did test questions until 11 at night before going to bed. This time, he will probably be in the top 10 of the class again." The man blabbered on for a while. Zhong Yan's expression did not change. After listening to half of it, he made an excuse and left. When he left, Zhang Tan saw the man shaking his head at Zhong Yan's back. He sighed as if he was saying, "This child is really unteachable." Zhang Tan looked at the kid named Zhong Yan who was gradually walking away. He moved the tip of his tail, thought for a while, and followed him. He wanted to see where the kid was going to play. When they passed by an alley, Zhong Yan bought some wine from a shop at the entrance of the alley and walked into the alley. The alley was relatively old. Zhang Tan had seen it when he passed by here yesterday, but he did not go in to take a closer look. Now that he followed Zhong Yan through the alley, he realized that the buildings at the other end of the alley had been demolished. Standing at the exit of the alley, Zhang Tan could see the construction site not far away. It was not an abandoned construction site. It was an old building area that had just been demolished. It seemed that the scope of the construction this time was quite large. It was a big project. No wonder Yi Hao had done so much preparation. After Zhong Yan left the alley, he looked around and then walked in a direction. This area was not surrounded by building boards. Zhong Yan's destination was a temporary duty room. There were a few people gathered there, surrounded by smoke. Smoking was prohibited on the construction site. This duty room was one of the few temporary smoking places. Many of the people smoking in the duty room knew Zhong Yan. When they saw the wine in Zhong Yan's hand, their smiles deepened. Although they could not drink now, it was not bad to have a few sips during dinner. Zhong Yan entered the duty room for a short while. He walked out of the construction site with a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat. Zhang Tan stood at the entrance of the alley and looked over there. The man in the hard hat looked around and pointed at Zhang Tan's direction. He then walked over with Zhong Yan. Zhang Tan jumped onto a short building that was not demolished. He watched the two walk over. "This cat followed you here, right?" The man took off his hard hat, pointed at Zhang Tan and said to Zhong Yan, "Hey, Brother Ning, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. I saw this cat for the first time yesterday. I don't know whose it is. It is quite bold and not afraid of people." Zhong Yan looked at the black cat on the short building and said. Brother Ning just smiled and shook his head. He did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he asked, "How was your monthly exam?" "Not bad," Zhong Yan answered. Compared to the resident of the community, Zhong Yan seemed to be more sincere when he answered. "What do you want to do this time?" Brother Ning asked. "I really can't hide anything from you." Zhong Yan scratched his hair and said, "Winter vacation is in a month. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I want to find some work to earn some living expenses." "Brother Ning, are you short of people at the construction site?" Hearing Zhong Yan's words, Brother Ning frowned. "Why do you want to work here? Does your mother not give you living expenses? Even if she is biased, she should not be so biased. She doesn't like her own son, but fawns on other people's children." Zhong Yan rubbed his palms again and did not say anything. "Well, you'd better put more energy on your studies. Next year, you can get into a good university. Don't be like us." As for the construction site, during the spring festival, some people must go home. There is still some work here that can't be stopped. If you are not afraid of hard work, you can have a try. They are all simple coolies. I don't have the ability to arrange other things. "Thank you, Brother Ning." Zhong Yan was very happy. "Don't mention it. Don't worry about the construction site. There must be work. But the most important thing for you is to get into a university. People like us who have a junior high school education can't wait to envy you." "Brother Ning, aren't you doing well now? In the past 2 years, you have bought a house and a car. You also have a wife and children." Although Brother Ning and the others were not knowledgeable, skills could not be learned well from books. Brother Ning and the others had been in this line for several years. They had become familiar with it and made some money. "You don't understand. Even if we have money, those people in the society still look at us with contempt. Although they are very polite in front of us, they may belittle us in their hearts. I have heard a lot of words like vulgar, shallow, country bumpkin, nouveau riche. I used to tell myself that those people were jealous, but there are too many people like that. We can't deceive ourselves." While speaking, Brother Ning found that Zhong Yan lowered his head. He felt that he probably put too much pressure on this child. So he changed the topic and said, "But our boss used to tell us that some people's intelligence only comes from books, but some people's intelligence can penetrate into society. Now it's hard to say who will live better in the future. Everyone has his own evaluation standard. We just need to live our own life. Times are progressing. As long as we uneducated people live better than those intellectuals, we will be satisfied. Little Zhong, even if you are not good at studying, you have a good brain. You will definitely be better than us in the future." Zhong Yan did not refute, nor did he explain anything. Instead, he asked, "Brother Ning, does your boss have any taboos? I will pay more attention at that time." "Taboos? Should be nothing. You know that we have been in the underworld." "Oh, I remember. I heard that our boss doesn't like cats, especially black ones. But our boss doesn't come here often, and you can't bring the cat into the construction site. Should be nothing. You just need to know." After talking for a while, Brother Ning stood up, patted the dust on his pants, and walked towards the construction site. Watching Brother Ning leave, Zhong Yan said to the black cat lying there, "Alas, I really envy you cats. They eat, sleep, and eat. They don't have to worry about anything." Chapter 136. The reason why Zhong Yan liked cats could be traced back to when he first moved here. A single-parent family formed a new home with another single-parent family, but Zhong Yan didn't have any sense of belonging to this new home. That age was the rebellious period where metaphysical, psychological activities and physical activities coexisted. Zhang Tan didn't know what Zhong Yan had encountered. Every family had its own difficulties, and Zhong Yan didn't go into detail. However, Zhang Tan could guess from Zhong Yan's words and expressions that it was definitely not a good memory. At that time, Zhong Yan, who had just quarreled with his mother, ran out of the building and stayed in the corner of the neighborhood wall to vent his anger. The slanted sunlight made the wall cast a black shadow on the ground. Zhong Yan hid in the shadow of the corner of the wall. He was only one step away from the sunlight, but he still didn't want to take half a step. The more Zhong Yan thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He wiped his red eyes and suddenly found the outline of a cat in the shadow of the wall. Turning his head to look, the glaring backlight made Zhong Yan dazed for a moment. Standing on the narrow wall, the cat looked down at the people under the wall casually, as if nothing could disturb its mood. Raising his hand to block the sunlight, Zhong Yan retreated away from the wall. Looking at it from a different angle, without the glare of the sun, Zhong Yan saw that the cat was looking at him. After looking at each other for 2 seconds, the cat narrowed its eyes, turned its head, and continued to walk forward. When the cat stood in the sunlight and narrowed its eyes, Zhong Yan felt a pleasant warmth surround his body, as if the whole world was smiling. He stood in the same place and watched the cat walk further and further away under the sunlight. When Zhong Yan was in his neighborhood, he always seemed to be wearing a mask. He only showed a little of his true nature when he was playing with the cat. In contrast, Zhang Tan could see Zhong Yan's perfunctory attitude when facing his mother and brother. The people around him always liked to compare Zhong Yan with his half-brother. To sum it up in one word, it was pale in comparison. They felt that Zhong Yan couldn't compare to his brother in any way. The human heart is too complicated. You cats don't understand. Actually, I don't understand it either. I just feel helpless. You tell me every time I grow a pair of wings, they break them. Why do they despise me for not being able to fly high or far? Little kitten, can you understand how I felt when I desperately studied to prove my ability and happily showed my middle school exam results to them, only to be told that I was not allowed to go to Chuhua-affiliated high school and had to go to another ordinary high school with my so-called brother? When it came to science, I wanted to choose liberal arts, but the man said that it was not good to study liberal arts. As a well-known physics teacher, he would lose face if he said that, so I was called a science student. So later on, I thought, why should I be in such a hurry to prove myself? What was the point of letting himself fall and bleed? Sometimes being too outstanding might not be a good thing. With that said, Zhong Yan picked up a small stone next to him, looked at Zhang Tan, and asked, "Do you know the speed of the universe?" Zhang Tan, cosmic speed? What the hell was that? It sounded very profound, but it sounded a little familiar. Zhong Yan casually threw the stone in his hand up. The stone drew a parabola in the air and fell to the ground. This speed can only allow it to do this kind of movement. An intercontinental missile can cross thousands to tens of thousands of kilometers and land in another place. An artificial Earth satellite that has reached the first cosmic speed can leave the ground and orbit the Earth. When it reaches the second cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Earth's gravity. When it reaches the third cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Sun's gravity and leave the solar system to enter the wider universe. When it reaches the fourth cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Milky Way's gravity and fly out of the Milky Way. However, before it leaves, it has to consider aerodynamic heating and atmospheric resistance, as well as other factors that may affect the result to reduce the risk. Zhong Yan was talking to himself, but Zhang Tan was a little scared when he heard it. And to talk about the cosmic speed to a cat, Zhang Tan felt that the kid in front of him was quite similar to Jiao Pa. And these words obviously implied other meanings, but he didn't know who this guy was alluding to. At the same time, Zhang Tan could also tell from these words that Zhong Yan, this kid, was definitely not a pure and harmless person. This kid was very likely hiding his true strength, and he had been hiding it for 3 years. He really could hold it in. Zhang Tan couldn't imagine that such a teenage kid had been hiding his true strength since the first day of high school. There were many things that Zhong Yan couldn't let others know. Even Brother Ning, who had helped him many times, didn't know. But when there were too many things to keep in one's heart for too long, one would become crazy. Moreover, Zhong Yan was just a teenage student, not an old fox who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, so he had to find someone to talk to. So, the surrounding cats entered the role of listening. Zhang Tan just happened to be one of them. To others, talking to a cat must be a little crazy. No wonder the people in the neighborhood looked at Zhong Yan a little strangely. No wonder his mother was always hostile to cats. Zhong Yan had obviously been holding it in for a long time, and Zhang Tan wasn't like other cats who would run away or fall asleep after listening for a while. So, the more Zhong Yan talked, the more he talked, from escape speed to future plans, from the doctrine of the mean to adapt to the situation, to the pleasure of being a dark horse in the college entrance examination. Don't talk about the 3 years of high school. After all these years of studying, no matter how much effort you put in, the final evaluation is the result of the college entrance examination. If you do well, it means that you worked hard. If you are smart, you will understand in the future. If you don't do well, you are a failure. I have to thank them that they don't like to add a subject when they talk to me, so I pretend that I didn't hear those harsh words. Anyway, they didn't add a subject, and they didn't mention me by name. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. The contents of the subject, the verb, the object, and the condition were all returned to him by the teacher. Now, Zhang Tan only knew the general meaning of the subject and understood a little of the feelings that Zhong Yan was trying to express. As for Zhong Yan, to put it nicely, this guy didn't forget to find opportunities to step on others when he was wearing the skin of the doctrine of the mean. Just now, Zhong Yan talked about using hydrogen peroxide, potassium iodide, and detergent to punish his half-brother. In the end, no one put the suspect on him. This guy was perverted, thick-skinned, and shameless enough. Maybe it was because of his past experience that Zhong Yan's temperament became what it was today. This guy obviously wanted to leave his current family. What about after the college entrance examination? What about his future plans? He probably had his own arrangements. Whether the plan was mature or not, Zhang Tan just admired this guy's endurance. People like this always made people afraid. In the future, when he grew up, who knew what he would become? After sharing his secret, Zhong Yan picked up the pebble by his feet and threw it into the distance with all his might. The stone left Zhong Yan's hand and drew a long parabola in the air before landing behind a temporary worker's house. F*CK. Who the F*CK threw it? Zhong Yan turned and ran when he heard the voice. After running 2 steps, he stopped and looked at Zhang Tan. Run. Zhang Tan only heard the noise over there. Seeing Zhong Yan's nervous look, he knew that he probably hit someone not to be trifled with. He got up and ran out of the alley with Zhong Yan. He really didn't know if this guy's luck was good or bad. Even like this, he could hit a hot-tempered person in charge of the construction site. After running out of the alley, Zhong Yan leaned against a telephone pole and panted. He looked at the black cat that was looking left and right and said, "That person has a bad temper. I heard that he was somewhat famous in the underworld. Sigh, my luck is really bad. I didn't expect to hit that guy. Fortunately, I wasn't caught. Otherwise, my plan to come work during the winter break would be ruined." After resting for a while, Zhong Yan patted the dust off his clothes, looked at the sky, and walked towards the neighborhood where his family lived. Zhang Tan jumped onto the wall. It was time to go home for dinner. I really envy you cats. Zhong Yan slowly moved his feet. He was very reluctant to go home. Was it good to be a cat? If Zhang Tan could speak, he would definitely tell Zhong Yan his personal experience. People always thought that cats could entertain themselves. They could play with their own tails and claws for half a day like schizophrenics. They always seemed to be carefree. However, many people didn't know that cats also had worries. Cats could be anxious and anxious. It was just that many people couldn't see it. After dinner, the Jiao Pa answered a phone call. He then said to Zhang Tan, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, "Black charcoal. Come here. Mr. Fong has something to say to you." Zhang Tan was watching a soap opera with the Jiao Ma. Today, it happened to be about 2 single-parent families. It was rare that he didn't fall asleep. On the TV, the child was crying hysterically because he was scolded. His nose was almost flowing to his mouth. When he cried, he even spat out a bubble. Zhang Tan wondered if Zhong Yan was like this when he heard the Jiao Pa's call. Third Master Feng? Why would he call at this time? Since the last time he saw Tong Qing, Zhang Tan hadn't heard any news about Feng Xiaokong for a while. The Jiao Pa pressed the speaker. Zhang Tan jumped onto the table, squatted next to the phone, and raised his paw to make a sound to let the other party know that he was listening. Black Charcoal, I've been busy recently. I didn't have time to take care of you. I'll give you a surprise later. However, you have to do me a favor. One day before New Year's Eve. You have to make some preparations then. The third Master Feng's words were half for Zhang Tan and half for the Jiao Pa. The so-called preparation was to inform the Jiao family. It wouldn't be too abrupt when the time came. Zhang Tan's attention was attracted by the surprise that Feng Xiaokong mentioned. With Feng Xiaokong's personality, this surprise would definitely not be ordinary. Before Zhang Tan and the Jiao Pa could react, the other party hurriedly hung up the phone. The third Master Feng did seem to be very busy recently. Chapter 137. It was January, and the calendar in the living room had been changed to a new one. According to the Gregorian calendar, a year had already passed. In the past year, Zhang Tan had experienced a lot and met a lot of people. His mood had been fluctuating, but when he thought about it carefully, he still dozed off most of the time. Couldn't be helped. After all, he was now a cat. After yawning and stretching, Zhang Tan jumped down from the tree. It was winter break again. Some of the primary and secondary school students had gone home for the holidays. Little Pomelo was at home doing her winter homework, and Zhao Yuan ran out to play. This year, he was going back to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's hometown. Last year, because of Jiao Ma's injury, he stayed in Chuhua City to celebrate Chinese New Year. According to Zhao Yuan, celebrating Chinese New Year in Chuhua City didn't feel like the Chinese New Year. Zhang Tan didn't know what the so-called more Chinese New Year meant. He was looking forward to driving to that small town to celebrate the Chinese New Year. He wondered what the little guy he saved from the human traffickers looked like. TSK, forget it. It's better not to meet him. A naughty kid will be a naughty kid. As he thought about it, Zhang Tan looked at the courtyard. Depang was taken to visit relatives. Huang and the sheriff were staring at a shengniao. Not far away, a gray magpie was jumping. Huang and the sheriff ignored it. They probably thought that shengniao was rare, so they changed their target to this bird with a long beak. As for gray magpies, who knew how many of them were caught throughout the year? Many birds in the school were harmed by them. Zhang Tan wasn't interested in catching birds. After thinking about it, he decided to take a walk around the construction site. He would just treat it as an after-lunch stroll. Originally, he could have taken a shortcut and taken the other side door, which was the one he had taken with peanut candy. However, Zhang Tan thought about it and decided to take the road to Jiao Yuan School. Although it was a long detour, Zhang Tan wanted to see how Zhong Yan was doing. During this period of time, Zhang Tan often went there, but he didn't meet Zhong Yan. The third year of high school had a tight schedule. Other than the monthly holidays set by their school, Zhang Tan left home early in the morning and returned home after evening self-study. During these two periods, Zhang Tan stayed in the Jiao family and didn't go out. It was difficult for him to meet Zhong Yan. But that kid should be on vacation now. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather and lack of sunshine, but there were fewer cats outside. Zhang Tan walked on the wall and didn't see many cats. Jiao Yuan School was much quieter. Walking past the middle school, Zhang Tan arrived at Zhong Yan's neighborhood. He looked at the kid's house, but it seemed like there was no one there. He didn't hear any sound. Forget it. If I can't touch him, I won't touch him. After Zhang Tan left the neighborhood, he walked along the alley to the construction site. In 2 or 3 weeks, there were obvious changes in the area. Although the building wasn't built yet, it wasn't like before where there were signs of demolition and debris everywhere. Blue construction boards were also erected. Zhang Tan looked at the advertising billboards next to him. There was the name of Yi House Company on it, but Zhang Tan's main purpose wasn't to look at the company's name. He wanted to find a suitable place to observe from afar, but after looking around, he didn't find a suitable spot. Last time, a suitable billboard had been moved, and today he couldn't find a replacement. The construction site was definitely not a safe place for cats, and they might be caught by the workers to drink with them. However, Zhang Tan didn't have too many scruples. If any of them came over, Zhang Tan wouldn't mind making a big deal out of it. Anyway, Yi Hao would only punish that worker if he wanted to punish them. Zhang Tan knew that he had a backer, so he dared to come to the construction site so blatantly. Of course, Zhang Tan didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to see how this place developed step by step. Just like what the Jiao Pa said, seeing new things often made memories more meaningful, and time would slow down. Moreover, this place had been designated by Zhang Tan as his own territory. He had nothing to do anyway, so he came over to take a look from time to time. Just as he was thinking about where to observe the progress of the construction site, Zhang Tan suddenly heard someone shouting Zhong Yan with a bit of a foreign dialect. Zhang Tan wasn't very sure, but he still decided to take a look. If Zhong Yan had finished his exams and was on vacation, he should have come to the construction site to work. Next to the blue construction boards was a large truck that was used to transport stone and soil. Zhang Tan jumped on the roof of the truck and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a temporary rest house built over there, and several people were eating with boxed lunches, including Zhong Yan. The guy was wearing the same work clothes as the others with a hard hat. He was dirty all over, sitting on a stone and eating his lunch quickly. Occasionally, he would say a few words to the few people next to him. Brother Ning was also next to him. With his care, the others wouldn't bully Zhong Yan, a newcomer. Zhong Yan's mouth was stuffed with food, and it didn't taste good. If one looked carefully, there was a little dust in the food. This was the case on the construction site. No matter how clean the food was, it would be dusty after a while. Today, the wind was still a little strong, and this situation was even more serious. Things had just been moved in the rest house, so there were suspended particles everywhere, which was worse than outside. This was also the reason why they all sat outside to eat. Of course, when one was hungry, everything was delicacies. Today's work was rushed, so the mealtime was delayed. Now everyone was very hungry, and no one cared about the dust in the food. When Zhong Yan was eating, he noticed Zhang Tan. The truck outside was taller than the other side of the road, so Zhong Yan could see the black cat looking in his direction. After seeing Zhang Tan, Zhong Yan quickly ate a few mouthfuls, wiped his mouth, and threw the empty lunchbox aside. He said goodbye to Brother Ning, and then walked towards Zhang Tan. The truck outside was about to drive away. Zhang Tan originally planned to leave after a few glances, but he didn't expect to see Zhong Yan, and this guy was walking over here. Zhang Tan simply jumped directly from the top of the truck into the construction site. Now the construction site hadn't been built yet, so it felt a little monotonous. "Hey, why are you here?" Zhong Yan recognized the black cat in front of him. Although he had seen more than one black cat, this one left the deepest impression on him. Later, because he spent most of his time in school, he didn't see this cat again. "Hey, this cat is here again?" Brother Ning came over and said. "Again?" Zhong Yan was confused. "Yes, this cat has been here several times this month. A few days ago, the billboard in the south hadn't been torn down yet, and this cat was squatting on it and staring at the construction site, like a supervisor." Brother Ning joked. Several times when they had dinner and drinks at the construction site, someone had proposed to catch this cat to go with the drinks. Anyway, no one knew. It was he who recognized this cat so that the people below would not have any bad ideas. But this cat is too conspicuous to stay at the construction site like this. It's easy to get into trouble. You know, some people who work here often do this kind of thing. Fortunately, this cat is in my area, or it would have been caught and drunk in another place. Brother Ning said. Zhang Tan glanced at Brother Ning and continued to observe the construction site. Brother Ning was talking and laughing, but after being glanced at by the black cat in front of him, he felt a little uncomfortable. What was this cat's look just now? Despise? Did cats have such a look? Shaking his head, Brother Ning thought that he must be too tired recently. It must be an illusion just now. It was just a cat. Several cars outside were dragging things in, and dust was flying everywhere. There was still some rest time. After Zhong Yen told Brother Ning, he took Zhang Tan to the temporary resting place, poured a glass of water and put it in front of Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan looked at the disposable plastic cup, and then looked at the water dispenser. It was clean. After running so far, he was indeed thirsty. Zhang Tan put his head into the plastic cup to drink some water, and observed the layout of the temporary resting place. There was nothing special, but the surrounding air was really bad, and everywhere was gray. "Hey, isn't this the cat that looks like a supervisor?" Several people sitting in the room said after seeing Zhang Tan. Although they felt that it was a waste for Zhong Yen to pour water from the water dispenser to a cat, they would not say anything because Zhong Yen was protected by Brother Ning. These were all small things, and there was no need to care about them. A person who had not finished his meal threw a fishtail in the bowl over, but Zhang Tan did not even look at the fishtail. "Hey, this cat doesn't even eat fish? It must be a pet given by a human. It will eat it after a few meals. Raising such a cat is really wasteful." A person next to them interrupted. "Little Zhong, does this cat belong to you?" Someone asked. "No, it belongs to my neighbor." Zhong Yen did not say too much. In fact, he did not know where the cat came from either. While they were talking, a person came in from outside with a big plastic pot in his hand. However, the words printed on his work uniform were different from Zhong Yan's. "Worker Lee, we don't have much water here. The water delivery person will come in the afternoon. You can only receive 1/3 of the water at most." Brother Ning accompanied him in and said. This worker Lee was about 40 years old. He was not in the same area as Zhong Yen, so he was not under Brother Ning's charge. He was not afraid of Brother Ning, and often looked down on others because he was older and had some people above him. As soon as worker Lee entered the room, he saw Zhong Yen holding a disposable plastic cup and giving water to a cat. He immediately started to talk. "You are giving a stupid cat pure water from the water dispenser? Didn't you say that the water was running out and it was short of water? I see that you have quite a lot in stock. So I won't be polite. Also, is this cat to go with the wine? It just so happens that some of our people are hungry again recently. Remember to tell us when you want to kill the cat. Everyone who sees it will get a share." Worker Lee went to the water dispenser and started to fill the big jug with water. If he did that, the people here would be thirsty later. Brother Ning hurried over to stop him. "What? Worker Lee, I can't compare to a cat? Do you think I am a beggar with such little water?" "Little Ning, I don't mean to criticize you." Worker Lee was getting more and more excited. He scolded Brother Ning in front of so many people in his area. Obviously, he did not give Brother Ning any face. However, Brother Ning was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would rush forward with a steel pipe no matter what the situation was. He stopped Zhong Yen, who was about to explain, and several others who looked angry and were about to speak. He knew Engineer Lee. If Zhong Yen and others spoke, it would definitely have the opposite effect. Brother Ning took a deep breath and was about to defend himself. He had no choice. The bastard had someone above him. Although he also had someone above him, otherwise he would not be the person in charge of this area. But if the situation was not serious, there was no need to go to the top. Before Brother Ning opened his mouth, someone outside called Brother Ning's name. Hearing this person's voice, Brother Ning and Worker Lee's expressions changed. Worker Lee did not even take the water. He immediately put the jug aside, tidied up his clothes, patted the dust off his body, and went out with a humble smile on his face. Before Brother Ning went out, he made a gesture to several people. Some of the people who followed Brother Ning in this area were old acquaintances. They knew the meaning of Brother Ning's gesture. The people who were angry just now and looked like they would rush up and start a fight the next moment changed their attitude instantly. Zhong Yen, who had only worked here for a few days, was a little confused. The people next to him whispered to him that a big shot was coming and he should behave himself. "Little Zhong the cat," someone reminded him in a low voice. Was it the boss that Brother Ning mentioned? Thinking of Brother Ning's words, Little Zhong was anxious and was about to put the cat into the cardboard box in the corner. Zhang Tan avoided Zhong Yan's outstretched hand and came to the back of the square table made of wood in the middle. Zhong Yan wanted to go over again, but it was too late. The people outside came in. The person who came in first was also in his 40s. He said a few words to the people next to him and asked about the recent progress here. Judging from the voice, it was this person who called Brother Ning's name just now. Is this the big shot? He seemed to be easy to talk to. Little Zhong was a little nervous. He knew that he could not judge a person by his appearance. The first impression was not everything. He only hoped that this person would leave as soon as he saw him. Unfortunately, things were different from what little Zhong thought. The people outside all came in. Brother Ning was not as strong as before. Worker Li also put away his arrogant look and was a little respectful and careful. And the person who was surrounded in the middle was the boss that Brother Ning once mentioned to Zhong Yan. When Zhong Yan saw this boss, his first impression was that this person was not easy to deal with. Although he wore a faint smile and looked gentle, Zhong Yan had an intuition that this person was a tough nut to crack. What should I do? Zhong Yan stood on the side and lowered his head, trying to block the cat behind the table. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan did not cooperate with him and jumped directly on the table. Zhang Tan heard the voice outside just now. Although Ran Qi only said one sentence, Zhang Tan still recognized him. Ran Qi had always been avoiding cats, but Zhang Tan knew that even if this person was afraid of cats, he would not do anything to him. Seeing the black cat jump on the table in the middle, not only Zhong Yan, but also Brother Ning and several other construction site workers wanted to spit out blood. Damn, this cat is too good at causing trouble. Brother Ning regretted that he allowed Zhong Yan to bring the cat in just now. At this time, Worker Li seized the opportunity to make fun of Brother Ning. He said sarcastically, "Oh, there is a black cat here. By the way, I just saw that the people here were feeding it the purified water from the water dispenser. Don't you think it is a waste?" Ran Qi, who had just stepped into the door with a faint smile on his face, saw the black cat squatting on the table, and his face cracked. They looked at each other speechlessly and could only cry. This sentence was somewhat appropriate for the situation. He was not moved, but angry and regretful.